Deep beneath the Sahara, quantum archaeologists recently discovered something that shouldn't exist. Stone blocks cut with a precision that surpasses our modern laser technology, arranged in patterns that seem to bend the very laws of physics we thought we understood. Tonight, we're walking through doorways that lead not just to other rooms, but to other possibilities entirely. Ancient architects left behind monuments that whisper of capabilities we've somehow lost, of knowledge that slipped through the cracks of recorded time. These aren't just old buildings, they're question marks carved in stone, each one a riddle that makes our most advanced engineers pause and wonder how. Some weigh more than modern cranes can lift. Others align with celestial events that wouldn't be visible again for thousands of years. A few seem to have been built by people who understood mathematics we're only now rediscovering. For the next 4 hours, let these ancient mysteries carry you into sleep. Rest among the stones that time forgot, and let your dreams wander through architectures that challenge everything we thought we knew about the distant past. The Enigma of Göbekli Tepe. Klaus Schmidt wasn't looking for the discovery that would rewrite human history when he first set foot on that unremarkable hill in southeastern Turkey in 1994. The German archaeologist expected to find traces of a medieval cemetery, nothing more. Instead, his survey revealed something impossible: massive stone pillars arranged in precise circles, carved with intricate reliefs of animals that shouldn't exist in the art of hunter-gatherers. What made this find truly staggering wasn't just its sophistication, it was its age. These monuments predated Stonehenge by 6,000 years. Göbekli Tepe, the pot-bellied hill, sits on a limestone plateau overlooking the Mesopotamian plains. From a distance, it appears utterly ordinary, a gentle rise covered in scrubland and scattered stones. Yet beneath that deceptive surface lies what many consider archaeology's most revolutionary discovery of the past century. The site consists of at least 20 stone circles, though only a fraction have been excavated. Each circle features massive T-shaped pillars, some standing over 16 feet tall and weighing up to 10 tons. The oldest layers of Göbekli Tepe date to approximately 9,600 BCE, making it roughly 11,500 years old. To put this in perspective, this temple complex was already ancient when the first pottery appeared in the region. It predates the invention of writing, the wheel, and metalworking. It was built by people we've long assumed lived in small nomadic bands, focused entirely on survival. Yet here stands proof of something far more complex, a monument requiring not just advanced planning and engineering skills, but also the social organization to coordinate hundreds, perhaps thousands of workers. The pillars themselves tell a story that defies our understanding of prehistoric life. Carved into their surfaces are intricate reliefs of lions, boars, foxes, scorpions, and birds. Some animals are depicted with almost photographic realism, their muscles and features rendered with an artistic skill that wouldn't look out of place in later civilizations. Other carvings show abstract symbols whose meanings remain completely unknown. Human hands appear frequently, often positioned as if grasping something invisible. On one pillar, a relief shows a headless human figure with an erect phallus, surrounded by scavenging birds, a scene that suggests complex beliefs about death and transformation. What troubles archaeologists most is the complete absence of any evidence for permanent settlement at Göbekli Tepe. No houses, no storage facilities, no refuse pits typical of inhabited sites. The complex appears to have been built solely for ritual purposes, which raises profound questions about the society that created it. How did people who hadn't yet developed agriculture or permanent towns manage to quarry, transport, and erect these massive stones? The nearest quarry lies on the plateau itself, where archaeologists have found partially completed pillars, some cracked during construction and abandoned in place. Tool marks on the stones indicate they were shaped using flint implements, a painstaking process that would have required tremendous time and skill. The engineering challenges become even more perplexing when you examine the construction details. The pillars were fitted into carefully carved sockets in the bedrock, suggesting knowledge of leverage and precise measurement. Some circles show evidence of roofing, which would have required spanning distances of up to 60 feet, using nothing but stone and timber. The builders also demonstrated sophisticated understanding of stone properties, selecting limestone blocks that could bear enormous weight without cracking. Carbon dating of organic material found in the construction layers provides consistent dates around 9,600 to 8,800 BCE, but radiocarbon analysis of animal bones discovered in later fills extends the site's use period to approximately 8,000 BCE. This means Göbekli Tepe remained active for over a millennium, with different construction phases showing evolving artistic styles and techniques. Curiously, the oldest pillars display the highest level of craftsmanship, as if the builder's skills diminished over time rather than improved. Perhaps most mysterious of all is how Göbekli Tepe was abandoned. Around 8,000 BCE, the entire complex was deliberately buried under tons of soil and rock. This wasn't gradual abandonment or natural sedimentation. It was intentional internment, as if the builders wanted to preserve their creation for posterity. Archaeological evidence shows that later peoples lived above the buried circles, but they showed no interest in the monuments below. For over 10,000 years, Göbekli Tepe lay hidden, its existence preserved only in local Kurdish folklore that spoke of cursed stones and jinn. The site's implications extend far beyond archaeology into fundamental questions about human development. Traditional models suggest that complex religious monuments should appear only after the development of agriculture and permanent settlements. Göbekli Tepe suggests the opposite sequence, that the desire to build sacred spaces may have driven the development of farming, not the other way around. Some researchers propose that the need to feed workers constructing these monuments forced local populations to begin cultivating wild grains, inadvertently inventing agriculture. DNA analysis of ancient wheat varieties found in the region supports this theory, showing that the earliest domesticated grains appeared in the hills around Göbekli Tepe. If correct, this would mean that humanity's greatest transition from hunting and gathering to farming was sparked not by necessity or accident, but by our ancestors' drive to create monuments to forces beyond their understanding. Recent discoveries continue to deepen the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed at least 15 additional circles, still buried beneath the surface. Excavation of these new areas proceeds slowly, partly due to the site's fragility, and partly because each new find raises more questions than answers. One newly uncovered pillar bears carvings of handbags or baskets, nearly identical to symbols found at ancient sites thousands of miles away in South America and Mesopotamia. As excavation continues under international supervision, Göbekli Tepe stands as a humbling reminder of how much we still don't know about our ancestors. These weren't primitive cave dwellers struggling for survival. They were sophisticated people with complex spiritual lives, advanced technical skills, and the vision to create something that would endure for millennia. In the shadow of these ancient stones, our assumptions about the past crumble like the limestone dust that still clings to the carved surfaces, waiting to reveal whatever secrets remain buried in the earth. Puma Punku's impossible precision. When engineers first measured the stone blocks at Puma Punku in 1960, they discovered something that shouldn't exist. The tolerances between these massive granite and andesite pieces measured less than 1 millimeter, precision that modern construction struggles to achieve, even with laser-guided equipment. High in Bolivia's Altiplano, at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, sits a collection of ruins that defies every assumption we hold about ancient capabilities. Puma Punku, the gateway of the Puma. The name carries reverence, but also something deeper, a recognition that what stands here transcends ordinary human achievement. The site forms part of the larger Tiahuanaco complex, but Puma Punku operates by different rules entirely. While Tiahuanaco impresses with its scale and cultural significance, Puma Punku whispers of technologies we can't quite grasp. The stones here weren't simply carved or shaped, they were machined. Dr. Arthur Poznansky spent decades studying these ruins in the early 20th century. His measurements revealed something extraordinary. The largest stone blocks weigh over 100 tons, yet they interlock with mechanical precision. No mortar exists between them, no gaps, no irregularities. The joints remain so tight that even today, you cannot slide a piece of paper between the stones. The blocks themselves tell a story of sophisticated planning. Each piece was cut not as a simple rectangle or square, but as complex three-dimensional puzzles, interlocking channels, precise angles, internal channels that suggest knowledge of stress distribution and structural engineering. These aren't the products of copper tools and stone hammers. Yet according to conventional archaeology, that's exactly what created them. The Tiahuanaco people flourished between 300 and 1000 CE. They left behind no evidence of iron tools, no pulleys, no wheeled vehicles. Their civilization predated the Inca by centuries, existing in an era when human technology remained relatively primitive by our standards. Somehow, using methods we cannot replicate, they created what amounts to precision mechanical work in stone. The mystery deepens when you consider the materials themselves. The red sandstone used in Pumapunku's construction originates from quarries 10 miles away. The andesite, a volcanic rock harder than granite, came from quarries 50 miles distant. Each block weighs between 100 and 400 tons. Moving them across the Altiplano's harsh terrain would challenge modern heavy machinery. Doing it without wheels, without steel cables, without hydraulic lifts, enters the realm of the impossible. Professor Jean-Pierre Protzen of UC Berkeley has spent years attempting to understand Inca stone-cutting techniques. His research reveals sophisticated methods for working with relatively soft stones, but when confronted with Pumapunku's andesite blocks, he admits the complete absence of tool marks that should exist if conventional methods were used. The surfaces appear almost polished, as if shaped by means we don't recognize. The engineering sophistication becomes even more apparent when examining the site's layout. These aren't random placements of impressive stones. The entire complex follows a mathematical precision that suggests advanced planning capabilities. The angles correspond to astronomical alignments. The proportions reflect sophisticated understanding of geometric principles. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in recent years have revealed that what we see represents only a fraction of the original structure. Much of Pumapunku lies buried beneath centuries of soil and debris. The exposed ruins, impressive as they are, may constitute perhaps 10% of the original construction. What existed here defied the technological limitations of its time, but it also transcends something more fundamental: our understanding of how civilizations develop. The progression from primitive to advanced typically follows recognizable patterns. Stone tools give way to bronze, then iron, then steel. Simple structures evolve into complex ones through incremental improvement. Pumapunku skips these steps entirely. The craftsmanship here rivals modern precision manufacturing, yet it emerged from a civilization that supposedly lacked even basic metallurgy. The conventional timeline suggests these blocks were cut and placed using techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered for another 1,000 years. Local Aymara traditions speak of a different history. Their oral accounts describe Pumapunku not as the product of human labor, but as a work accomplished in a single night by beings who possessed knowledge beyond ordinary understanding. While academia dismisses such stories as mythology, they preserve details that archaeological evidence struggles to explain. The precision extends beyond mere cutting and fitting. Internal drainage channels run through several blocks, carved with mathematical accuracy to direct water flow. These channels serve no decorative purpose. They represent purely functional engineering, designed by minds that understood fluid dynamics and structural stability. Swiss archaeologist Erich von Daniken has proposed that Pumapunku's construction required assistance from advanced civilizations, possibly extraterrestrial ones. While his theories remain controversial, they address a fundamental problem that conventional archaeology hasn't solved: the technological gap between what should have been possible and what actually exists here. More conservative researchers suggest that we simply underestimate ancient capabilities. They propose that sophisticated techniques existed, but left no trace in the archaeological record. This explanation preserves accepted timelines, but requires us to accept that entire technologies vanished without leaving evidence of their existence. Standing among these ruins today, the mystery becomes visceral. Your hands can trace the perfect edges, feel the flawless joints, experience the impossible precision directly. These stones were not approximated or estimated. They were calculated, measured, executed with mechanical accuracy that suggests knowledge we associate with industrial civilization. The site continues yielding new puzzles as research progresses. Recent analysis has identified trace elements in the stone that don't match the supposed quarry locations. Magnetic anomalies exist around certain blocks that have no explanation. The more we learn about Pumapunku, the less it conforms to our expectations of ancient construction. Perhaps that's the most unsettling aspect of all. We've built our understanding of human development on the assumption that progress follows predictable patterns, that capabilities emerge gradually, leave clear evidence, build upon previous achievements. Pumapunku suggests that assumption might be wrong. Somewhere in humanity's past, knowledge existed that we've forgotten, techniques that we've lost, capabilities that challenge everything we think we know about ancient limitations. High in Bolivia's thin air, among stones cut with impossible precision, those lost technologies wait silently, keeping their secrets. The lost city of Non Madol. The ocean keeps secrets in ways land never could. When Spanish explorers first glimpsed the scattered stone structures rising from Micronesia's lagoons in the 1500s, they recorded what they saw as impossible, a city that shouldn't exist, built in ways that made no engineering sense, abandoned for reasons no one could explain. Non Madol sits in the waters off Pohnpei Island, 92 artificial islets connected by canals that locals still call the pathways of the spirits. Each island was constructed from massive basalt logs, some weighing 25 tons, fitted together without mortar in patterns that have withstood Pacific storms for over 1,000 years. The archaeological record insists this was accomplished by the Saudalar dynasty between 1200 and 1600 CE, yet the methods they supposedly used crumble under scrutiny. Dr. Daryuan William Ayres spent decades studying Nan Madol's construction, and his findings consistently pointed toward an engineering paradox. The basalt columns weren't quarried locally, they came from quarries on the opposite side of Pohnpei, requiring transport across 30 miles of open ocean. Each column was precisely cut to hexagonal or octagonal specifications that fit together like organic puzzle pieces, creating walls up to 50 feet high that flex with seismic activity rather than collapse. Local Pohnpeian oral tradition offers a different version of events entirely. According to these stories, which predate any written records by centuries, two sorcerer brothers named Olashipa and Olosofpa arrived on Pohnpei from a distant land. Using magic, they made the massive stones fly through the air and settle into position overnight. The brothers established the Saudalar dynasty and ruled from Non Madol until they were eventually overthrown by a warrior named Isokelekel, who arrived with 1,500 followers from Khosra. The Spanish called it the Venice of the Pacific, but Venice was built on existing islands, Non Madol was built on nothing. Divers who explore beneath the complex describe foundations that extend down into coral formations in ways that suggest either incredible age or construction techniques that manipulated the living reef itself. Marine archaeologist Felicia Beardsley documented foundation stones embedded in coral growth that, according to standard dating methods, would require at least 2,000 years to achieve. The basalt columns themselves present another puzzle. Geological analysis confirms they're locally sourced from Pohnpei, but from a specific quarry site called Sokes Rock, where extraction marks remain visible today. The precision of these cuts, made supposedly with stone tools, creates straight edges and perfect angles that modern stonemasons struggle to replicate. Each column was cut to specific dimensions that allowed them to interlock in earthquake-resistant patterns that distribute weight across multiple stress points. What's particularly unsettling is the structural engineering involved. Modern architects studying Nan Madol have identified construction principles that weren't formally recognized in Western engineering until the 20th century. The walls use a honeycomb pattern that creates natural ventilation systems, and the artificial islands themselves are positioned to redirect ocean currents in ways that prevent erosion while maintaining water flow through the canal system. The logistics alone should have been impossible for a civilization that, according to the archaeological timeline, had no written language, no metal tools, and no knowledge of advanced mathematics. Moving 25-ton basalt logs across 30 miles of ocean would challenge modern equipment. Accomplishing this with traditional outrigger canoes and rope made from coconut fiber ventures into the realm of impossibility. Yet Nan Madol exists, and carbon dating of organic materials found within the structures consistently places construction between the 13th and 17th centuries. This dating, however, only tells us when people lived within the structures, not necessarily when the structures themselves were built. The possibility that the Sodular dynasty inherited and modified a much older site remains unexplored by mainstream archaeology. The abandonment of Nan Madol creates another mystery. Historical records suggest the city was gradually abandoned after the fall of the Sodular dynasty around 1600 CE. Yet local accounts describe a more sudden departure. Pohnpeian tradition speaks of a curse placed on Nan Madol, warning that anyone who stays overnight on the islands will die before morning. Whether this curse reflects some biological hazard, serves as a cultural protection mechanism, or stems from actual supernatural events remains unclear. Modern visitors to Nan Madol often report unusual experiences: electronics malfunction without explanation, compass readings become erratic, and dozens of documented cases describe unexplained lights moving through the canals at night. Dr. Buchanan, Mark McCoy, who leads current archaeological efforts at the site, acknowledges these reports while maintaining scientific skepticism about supernatural explanations. The water itself seems to hold memories. Divers exploring Nan Madol's submerged sections describe finding worked stone structures extending much deeper than expected, suggesting either sea level changes over time or construction that began when water levels were significantly lower. Some underwater formations appear to be intact rooms or chambers, their purposes lost to time and tide. What emerges from studying Nan Madol isn't just the story of one mysterious site, but questions about how we understand technological development and cultural isolation. The engineering principles demonstrated here appear in no other Micronesian construction. They manifest fully formed at Nan Madol, then disappear entirely from the regional archaeological record. Recent LiDAR surveys have revealed additional structures hidden beneath Pohnpei's jungle canopy, suggesting Nan Madol was part of a much larger complex that extended onto the main island. These discoveries point toward a sophisticated civilization that understood landscape modification, urban planning, and monumental architecture on a scale that previous estimates grossly underestimated. The ocean continues to hold its secrets around Nan Madol, where stone cities rise from coral gardens and ancient engineering challenges modern understanding. In the gentle rhythm of these Pacific waters, where 25-ton stones were somehow convinced to fly and settle into impossible positions, we find ourselves floating between the known and the unknowable, carried by currents that remember what we've forgotten. Stone spheres of Costa Rica. In 1943, workers clearing land for banana plantations stumbled upon something that would quietly unsettle our understanding of pre-Columbian civilization. Rolling out of the Costa Rican jungle came stone spheres so perfectly round that modern machinery would struggle to replicate their precision. These weren't crude attempts at symmetry. The largest, weighing over 15 tons, deviated from perfect roundness by mere millimeters. Their surfaces possessed a smoothness that seemed to defy the limitations of ancient tools, as if some unknown hand had perfected techniques we're still learning to master. The Dequise Delta held hundreds of them, scattered across the landscape in patterns that suggested deliberate placement. Some stood in perfect straight lines, others formed geometric arrangements that pointed toward distant mountains or celestial bodies. The smallest measured just a few inches across, delicate spheres that could rest in your palm. The giants towered overhead, monuments to an engineering capability that archaeologists are still trying to comprehend. What disturbs researchers most isn't their existence, but their perfection. Dr. John Hoops from the University of Kansas has spent decades studying these enigmas, and his measurements reveal craftsmanship that challenges our assumptions about pre-Columbian technology. The spheres aren't just round, they're mathematically precise in ways that shouldn't have been possible without advanced understanding of geometry and access to sophisticated tools. The Dequise culture, who inhabited this region between 700 and 1530 CE, left no written records explaining their creation. No oral traditions survived to guide modern investigators. The spheres simply existed, silent testaments to knowledge that vanished along with their makers when Spanish colonization swept through the region. Early theories attempted to rationalize their purpose through familiar frameworks. Perhaps they marked burial sites, though excavations beneath many spheres revealed nothing. Maybe they served as territorial boundaries, but their arrangements don't correspond to any known political divisions. Some suggested astronomical calendars, pointing to alignments that might track celestial movements, yet the patterns remain too complex and varied to support any single interpretation. The manufacturing process presents its own mystery. Petrologist Joseph Davidovits analyzed samples and found that most spheres were carved from gabbro, a volcanic rock that's notoriously difficult to work. Shaping such material into perfect spheres would require techniques involving controlled heating, precise measurement, and finishing methods that produced mirror-like surfaces on stone that typically resist such refinement. Traditional archaeological explanations suggest the Diquis people used a combination of pecking, grinding, and polishing techniques, gradually wearing away imperfections until perfect roundness emerged. Yet experimental archaeology has failed to replicate their precision using these methods. Modern attempts, even with contemporary tools, produce spheres that fall short of the mathematical accuracy achieved by ancient craftsmen. The sphere's distribution adds another layer of complexity. While concentrated in the Diquis Delta, isolated examples have appeared throughout Costa Rica and neighboring regions. How 15-ton stones traveled across difficult terrain without wheeled vehicles or large domesticated animals remains unexplained. The logistics alone suggest organizational capabilities and transportation methods that don't align with conventional understanding of pre-Columbian societies. Some spheres show evidence of having been moved multiple times throughout their existence. Wear patterns on their surfaces indicate rolling or dragging across various terrains. Yet this movement seems to have occurred in antiquity rather than during modern agricultural activities. The implications suggest these weren't static monuments but active components in cultural practices we can no longer reconstruct. Dr. Ifigenia Quintanilla, who cataloged over 300 spheres during her career with Costa Rica's National Museum, noted subtle variations that might hold significance. Some contain small, deliberate imperfections, tiny deviations from perfect roundness, that appear intentional rather than accidental. Others show evidence of pigmentation, traces of paint or natural stains that once gave them color and visual prominence in their original contexts. The theft and relocation of many spheres during the 20th century scattered this evidence across the globe. Wealthy collectors and government officials claimed them as garden ornaments, severing their connections to original locations and destroying contextual information that might have unlocked their secrets. Today, perfect spheres grace lawns and public spaces from San Jose to Miami, their archaeological significance reduced to decorative curiosity. What remains in Costa Rica tells an incomplete story. Aerial surveys reveal shadow marks where spheres once rested, ghostly circles in the earth that hint at larger patterns now impossible to reconstruct. Ground-penetrating radar has identified buried spheres, still resting in undisturbed positions that might preserve crucial contextual data about their original arrangements. Recent research has focused on the few intact groupings that survived agricultural expansion. These clusters suggest the spheres weren't random monuments, but components of larger ceremonial or administrative complexes. Stone foundations, ceramic fragments, and post holes create archaeological signatures of sophisticated communities capable of organizing massive construction projects while maintaining cultural practices that prioritize geometric precision. The mathematical implications continue to puzzle researchers. Perfect spheres represent one of the most challenging shapes to achieve without advanced measuring instruments. The process requires constant verification from multiple angles, understanding of three-dimensional geometry, and techniques for maintaining accuracy while removing material. That ancient craftsmen accomplished this repeatedly, across varying scales, suggests mathematical knowledge that extended far beyond practical necessity. Some researchers propose the spheres held astronomical significance, serving as three-dimensional calendars that tracked celestial cycles through their positioning and orientation. Others suggest they represented cosmological concepts, physical manifestations of beliefs about universal harmony and mathematical perfection. The truth likely encompasses elements of both theories, while extending into cultural territories we can barely comprehend. As you consider these silent monuments, scattered across tropical landscapes like stone dreams of vanished civilizations. Their mystery becomes a meditation on human capability and the knowledge we've lost to time. Each perfect sphere represents hours of patient labor, guided by understanding we're still trying to reconstruct. In the quiet spaces between our explanations, the spheres continue their ancient vigil, holding secrets that roll just beyond our grasp, smooth and complete, as the day their makers set them in place. The unfathomable trilithons of Baalbek, in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. 3 stone blocks rest one atop another, each weighing roughly 800 tons. To put this in perspective, modern cranes struggle with loads exceeding 20,000 tons, and these stones dwarf most of what we consider monumentally heavy today. These are the trilithons of Baalbek, and they've been defying explanation for over 2 millennia. Standing before them, you feel insignificant. Not just small insignificant. The limestone blocks fit together with a precision that makes you question everything you think you know about ancient capabilities. No mortar holds them, no gaps separate them. They simply exist, locked in an embrace that has withstood earthquakes, invasions, and the relentless passage of time. The Roman temple complex of Baalbek, known in antiquity as Heliopolis, sits atop these massive foundation stones. But here's where the mystery deepens. The Romans, master builders though they were, never claimed credit for the trilithons. Their own records suggest they built upon an existing foundation, one already ancient when they arrived in 64 BCE. Roman engineers could move substantial stones. The columns of Traian weigh about 50 tons each, and moving them required elaborate systems of pulleys, ramps, and hundreds of workers. Yet the trilithons are 16 times heavier than anything the Romans typically transported. The engineering challenge isn't just substantial, it's exponential. Local legends speak of giants who placed the stones, supernatural beings with strength beyond mortal comprehension. Arab historians called the site Qalat Baal, the fortress of Ba'a, attributing its construction to beings from a time before memory. These aren't merely folklore explanations for the unexplainable. They represent a consistent tradition that stretches back through cultural layers, each group that encountered these stones struggling to explain their origin. Modern engineering assessments make the mystery more perplexing, not less. Dr. Daniel Lohman, who spent years studying the site, calculated that moving stones of this magnitude would require coordinated teams of thousands, specialized equipment that archaeology suggests didn't exist, and transportation methods that leave no trace in the historical record. The logistics alone, quarrying, shaping, transporting, and lifting these megalithic blocks, exceed what we understand about ancient technological capabilities. The quarry lies less than a mile away, where an even larger stone remains partially cut from the bedrock. Known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, this unfinished block weighs an estimated 1,000 tons. Near it lies another, larger still, recently discovered and weighing approximately 1,200 tons. These abandoned stones suggest that whatever civilization quarried them possessed confidence in their ability to move masses that would challenge our most advanced modern equipment. Tool marks on the stones reveal cutting techniques that produced remarkably smooth surfaces. The precision isn't just impressive, it's mysterious. The cuts show no evidence of the bronze tools typically associated with ancient construction. Some researchers have noted similarities to much later stone-cutting methods, yet the trilithons predate such techniques by centuries, possibly millennia. Carbon dating of organic material found in mortar between smaller stones suggests construction phases spanning different eras. The foundation layers appear older than the Roman superstructure, but determining exactly how much older remains elusive. Each investigation raises more questions. Radiocarbon dating can tell us when organic material died, but it cannot date stone. The trilithons themselves resist precise chronological placement. Archaeological evidence from the surrounding area indicates continuous occupation for thousands of years. Phoenicians, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and Ottomans all left their marks on Baalbek, yet none claimed the trilithons as their achievement. This pattern of inherited mystery persists through historical records, each civilization acknowledging the stone's existence while attributing their creation to predecessors or supernatural forces. The site's alignment presents another puzzle. The temple complex aligns with celestial events, suggesting sophisticated astronomical knowledge. But astronomical alignments require not just mathematical understanding, but also the ability to implement precise positioning of massive structures. The trilithons form the foundation for this astronomical precision, meaning their placement wasn't arbitrary or purely structural, it was calculated. Geologist Robert Schoch examined the weathering patterns on the stones and noted irregularities that suggest different exposure periods. Some surfaces show erosion consistent with thousands of years of weathering, while others appear relatively pristine. This differential weathering pattern implies construction phases separated by significant time periods, or construction techniques that protected certain surfaces while exposing others. Modern attempts to explain the trilithons often involve theoretical solutions: massive earthen ramps, extensive pulley systems, thousands of coordinated workers. Yet none of these explanations account for the complete absence of archaeological evidence supporting such elaborate operations. Moving 800-ton stones should leave traces: wear patterns on surrounding rock, post holes for wooden structures, debris from construction camps. The trilithons exist in a strange archaeological vacuum, monumentally present yet historically absent. The magnetic properties of the stones add another dimension to their mystery. Precise measurements reveal magnetic anomalies that don't match typical limestone characteristics. These anomalies could result from natural mineral inclusions, but their uniformity across all three trilithon stones suggests intentional selection of materials with specific properties. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys hint at additional large stone structures beneath the visible foundation. These subsurface anomalies suggest the trilithons might represent only the visible portion of a much more extensive stone complex. Each technological advance in archaeological investigation reveals new layers of complexity rather than providing simple answers. Standing among these ancient giants as twilight settles over the Bekaa Valley, you're confronted with humanity's relationship to time and capability. The trilithons embody a profound silence, not the absence of answers, but the presence of questions that stretch across millennia. They remind us that our ancestors' achievements might exceed our current understanding, that the past holds capabilities we haven't yet recognized. In that gathering dusk, surrounded by stones that shouldn't exist yet undeniably do, you're invited into a mystery that spans civilizations, challenges assumptions, and whispers of human potential we've perhaps forgotten how to access. Nazca lines, the enigmatic etchings. In 1927, archaeologist Toribio Mejia Gespe climbed a hillside in Peru's coastal desert and spotted something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about pre-Columbian civilizations. Carved into the earth below were massive lines, geometric shapes stretching further than his eyes could follow, some running perfectly straight for miles across the barren landscape. What Gespe had stumbled upon were the Nazca lines, though he couldn't have known then that he was looking at just a fraction of what lay hidden beneath centuries of sand and silence. It would take another decade, and the advent of flight, before the true scope of this ancient mystery would unfold. When pilot Eduardo Espejo first flew over the region in 1939, he radioed back to his base with barely contained excitement. The desert floor wasn't just marked with random lines, it was covered in deliberate, massive drawings. Animals, plants, and geometric forms sprawled across nearly 200 square miles of the Nazca Plateau, some individual figures stretching over 900 feet in length. From ground level, they were invisible. From the air, they revealed an artistry and purpose that defied explanation. The mathematics alone should have been impossible. Creating a straight line for 5 miles across uneven terrain, maintaining perfect proportions in a hummingbird with a 180-foot wingspan, executing these designs without the ability to see the final result. These achievements challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities. Maria Ricci, the German mathematician who devoted her life to studying the lines, spent decades walking the desert floor with measuring tape and compass. Her calculations revealed precision that would impress modern surveyors. The monkey figure, for instance, maintains perfect anatomical proportions despite being larger than 3 football fields. The spider, a mere 150 feet long, accurately depicts a species so rare that entomologists didn't catalog it until the 1960s. But precision was only the beginning of the mystery. Carbon dating places the creation of these geoglyphs between 500 BCE and 500 CE, during the height of the Nazca civilization. Yet the Nazca people, as far as we know, never developed flight. They left no records, no explanations, no myths that clearly reference these massive ground drawings. The lines simply exist, preserved by the desert's unique microclimate, one of the driest places on Earth, where rainfall amounts to less than an inch per year. The preservation itself seems almost planned. The dark desert floor, when scraped away, reveals lighter-colored soil beneath. The contrast creates the visible lines, but only in this specific region where geological conditions and climate converge in a way found nowhere else on the planet. Remove these drawings to another location, and weather would erase them within decades. Dr. Johann Reinhard, a National Geographic explorer who has studied the lines for over 30 years, points to evidence that contradicts every simple explanation. The complexity varies dramatically, from basic straight lines that could serve as pathways to intricate animal forms, requiring sophisticated planning and execution. Some lines cross over others, suggesting different construction periods. Others stop abruptly at cliff edges or resume on the opposite side of ravines, as if the builders could simply step across 100-foot gaps. Modern attempts to recreate the lines have proven surprisingly difficult. In 1982, a team of researchers tried to duplicate just one figure, a small condor, using tools available to the Nazca people. Despite surveying equipment, aerial photography, and careful planning, their reproduction lacked the precision and proportion of the original. The ancient builders, working without modern advantages, achieved what trained professionals struggled to match. The purpose remains equally puzzling. Early theories suggested the lines served as an astronomical calendar, with certain figures aligned to celestial events. Reiki identified potential correlations between line orientations and the positions of stars, planets, and solstices. However, later analysis by astronomer Gerald Hawkins found that only a small percentage of lines showed meaningful astronomical alignments, no more than would occur by chance. Another theory proposes the lines as ceremonial pathways designed for religious processions. Archaeological evidence supports significant ritual activity in the area, including pottery fragments and small offerings found along some lines. But this explanation falters when applied to the animal figures, which show no signs of foot traffic and seem designed specifically for aerial viewing. The most intriguing discovery emerged in the 1990s when researchers found evidence of sophisticated water management systems underlying the Nazca settlement patterns. The civilization thrived in one of the world's most arid environments by developing underground aqueducts called puquios, some of which remain functional today. These engineering marvels required precise knowledge of geology and hydrology. The same people capable of such technical innovation certainly possess the organizational skills needed for the line construction, yet questions multiply rather than resolve. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed lines invisible from the surface, drawings beneath drawings, suggesting centuries of continuous creation. Some newly discovered geoglyphs are so faint they appear only under specific lighting conditions, as if designed to remain hidden until technology advanced enough to detect them. Recent analysis, using satellite imaging and artificial intelligence, has identified over 140 previously unknown figures, bringing the total count well above 800 distinct geoglyphs. Each new discovery adds layers of complexity. Why did this civilization, struggling to survive in a harsh environment, dedicate enormous resources to creating images that only gods or aircraft could properly appreciate? The Nazca lines force us to confront uncomfortable questions about ancient knowledge and capabilities. They exist as fact, measurable and documented, yet they shouldn't exist according to our understanding of pre-Columbian technology and culture. Every attempted explanation, astronomical calendar, ceremonial pathway, artistic expression captures fragments of truth while missing the larger picture. Standing at the edge of the Nazca Plateau today, watching shadows reveal and conceal the ancient markings carved into the earth below, you sense the presence of minds that thought differently than ours. They saw patterns we miss, planned on scales we find difficult to comprehend, and left messages in a language we have yet to decode. The desert keeps its secrets well. After nearly a century of study, the Nazca lines remain as enigmatic as when Gespe first spotted them, etched into the Peruvian landscape, a testament to human ambition and capability that continues to challenge every assumption about what ancient civilizations could achieve. The mysterious statues of Easter Island. When Thor Heyerdahl first set foot on Easter Island in 1955, the local Rapa Nui people told him something that would haunt archaeologists for decades. The statues walked, not carried, not dragged, not rolled, walked. For the longest time, researchers dismissed this as folklore. Then in 2012, a team of engineers decided to test whether nearly 900 stone giants, some weighing up to 80 tons, could actually move upright across the landscape. What they discovered changed everything we thought we knew about Rapa Nui. Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo attached ropes to a 10-foot concrete replica and began rocking it forward. The statue moved, walking with an unmistakable waddle across the grass. Ancient oral tradition, it seemed, had preserved the literal truth for centuries. But this revelation only deepened the mystery surrounding these silent sentinels standing at the edge of the world. Rapa Nui sits 2,300 miles from the nearest populated land, making it one of the most isolated places on Earth. Yet between 1250 and 1500 CE, its inhabitants carved and somehow transported nearly 900 monolithic statues called moai across this 64-square-mile triangle of volcanic rock. The logistics alone defy comprehension. The largest completed moai stands 33 feet tall and weighs 82 tons. Others, left unfinished in the quarry at Rano Raraku, reach heights that would have topped 65 feet, but size is just the beginning of the puzzle. Recent excavations have revealed that many moai aren't just heads perched on the landscape. They have full bodies buried beneath centuries of accumulated soil. Some of these hidden torsos extend 25 feet underground, decorated with intricate petroglyphs that no one has seen for generations. The implications stagger the mind. How many more secrets lie buried beneath this windswept island? The statues themselves pose questions that stretch the boundaries of prehistoric capability. Each moai was hand-carved from volcanic tuff using only stone tools called toki. The precision is extraordinary. Many faces display subtle asymmetries that appear intentional, as if each statue represents a specific individual. The elongated ears, the pronounced brows, the slight variations in expression. These aren't mass-produced monuments, but carefully crafted portraits frozen in stone. Yet perhaps the most mysterious aspect isn't what we can see, but what we can't. Nearly all moai face inland, their backs to the ocean, as if watching over the island's inhabitants. Only 7 statues break this pattern, the Ahu Akivi, which face the sea toward the spot where the sun sets during the spring equinox. Why these 7? What made them different? What were they meant to see? The arrangement of the statues follows patterns that continue to puzzle researchers. They stand on ceremonial platforms called aku, but these weren't built simultaneously. Carbon dating reveals construction spanning centuries, with some platforms rebuilt multiple times using increasingly sophisticated techniques. The final iterations demonstrate engineering knowledge that rivals any ancient civilization. Perfectly fitted stone blocks, some weighing several tons, assembled without mortar into structures that have withstood Pacific storms for 500 years. DNA analysis has offered tantalizing glimpses into the island's past, revealing that the Rapa Nui people descended from Polynesian voyagers who made one of the most extraordinary ocean crossings in human history. But genetic markers also show contact with South America, suggesting these ancient navigators traveled back and forth across thousands of miles of open ocean with a precision that modern sailors find remarkable. Some researchers wonder if the statues themselves played a role in this navigation, landmarks visible from great distances, guiding voyagers home. Radiocarbon dating has revealed another layer to the mystery. The period of statue construction coincides with remarkable environmental changes on the island. Pollen samples from lake sediments show that Rapa Nui was once densely forested, covered with towering palm trees that vanished entirely by the time Europeans arrived. Traditional theories blamed deforestation on statue transport, but the walking technique changes this narrative entirely. If the moai could be moved upright with relatively few people and minimal environmental impact, what really happened to those forests? Recent analysis has focused on the red stone crowns, called pukao, that top many of the statues. These cylindrical headdresses were quarried from a completely different volcanic cone across the island, then somehow lifted and placed with extraordinary precision. Some pukao weigh 12 tons. The logistics of moving them separately from the statues, then assembling these monuments with Stone Age tools, represents an engineering challenge that no one has successfully replicated. The unfinished statues at Rano Raraku tell perhaps the most compelling story. Nearly 400 moai, in various stages of completion, lie scattered around the quarry site. Some are barely roughed out, others nearly complete except for final details. The abrupt abandonment suggests something happened suddenly, but what could cause an entire civilization to simply stop their most important work and walk away? Underground chambers have been discovered beneath some Ahu platforms, containing remains and artifacts that suggest the monuments served purposes beyond what archaeologists initially understood. Red ochre stains, shell ornaments, and carefully arranged bones hint at ceremonies and beliefs that died with the last generation who remembered their meaning. The mystery deepens when we consider the statues that were never moved. At Rano Raraku, dozens of completed moai remain partially buried, their heads barely visible above ground level. These aren't failures or cast-offs, they're finished sculptures that were deliberately left behind. Some researchers theorize they served as protective guardians for the quarry itself, but this raises more questions than it answers. Modern technology continues to reveal new secrets. Ground-penetrating radar has detected additional buried structures and possibly more statues that haven't seen daylight for centuries. Laser scanning has documented petroglyphs on the buried bodies that no living person has seen, symbols and patterns that might hold keys to understanding Rapa Nui cosmology and the true purpose of their stone giants. On quiet mornings, when trade winds sweep across the grasslands and the only sound is waves breaking against distant cliffs, the moai seem to hold conversations across the centuries. Their weathered faces, shaped by hands that turned to dust long ago, continue their eternal watch. Whatever secrets drove their creation, whatever knowledge guided their placement, whatever wisdom they embody, it rests now in stone silence, waiting for someone to finally understand the language these giants speak without words. The Pyramids of Giza, an ancient puzzle. The precision stops you cold when you see the numbers laid bare. The Great Pyramid of Giza aligns to true north with an accuracy of 3/60ths of a single degree. To put that in perspective, the margin of error is smaller than what most modern construction achieves without computer-guided instruments. We're looking at a monument that predates the wheel in most of the world, yet its mathematical perfection rivals anything we build today. The ancient Egyptians supposedly accomplished this using copper tools, wooden sledges, and rope. When you stand before these limestone giants, that explanation begins to feel incomplete. Dr. Mark Lehner has spent decades mapping every stone, every chamber, every mysterious shaft that penetrates deep into the pyramid's core. His measurements reveal something that shouldn't exist in a civilization we're told was just emerging from the Stone Age. The base perimeter of the Great Pyramid, when divided by its height, gives you pi accurate to the 15th decimal place, not approximately pi, not close to pi, precisely pi. The mathematical relationship appears again in the pyramid's dimensions. The ratio of the pyramid's height to half its base length equals the golden ratio phi, a number that governs natural spirals from nautilus shells to galaxy formations. These aren't coincidences you stumble upon by accident. They require intention, planning, and a level of mathematical sophistication that supposedly wouldn't emerge for another 1,000 years. But the precision goes deeper than numbers on paper. Each limestone block weighs between 2 and 15 tons, yet they fit together so perfectly that you cannot slide a knife blade between them. No mortar holds them in place, just the impossible accuracy of the cuts. Modern stonemasons, working with diamond-tipped tools and laser guides, struggle to achieve such precision. The internal passages present their own riddles. The Grand Gallery stretches nearly 150 feet upward at exactly 26 degrees, its corbelled ceiling rising in 7 perfectly measured steps. Each granite beam weighs approximately 50 tons, positioned with millimeter precision 400 feet above ground level. The engineering required to maneuver these massive stones through narrow passages and position them perfectly in the darkness defies conventional explanations. Then there are the air shafts. 4 narrow channels, each about 8 inches square, angle through the pyramid's mass toward specific star positions. The southern shaft from the King's Chamber points directly to Orion's belt, as it appeared in 2450 BC. The northern shaft aligns with the pole star of that era. These weren't afterthoughts or drainage systems. They were astronomical instruments built into the pyramid's very structure. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. In 2017, cosmic ray imaging revealed a massive void above the Grand Gallery, a previously unknown chamber larger than the Queen's Chamber. The discovery team found something else troubling. The void appears to have the same proportions and angle as the Grand Gallery beneath it. The symmetry suggests intentional design, not random construction. Ground-penetrating radar has detected additional anomalies, straight-line voids that shouldn't exist if the pyramid were simply a tomb, chamber-like spaces that don't appear on any ancient blueprint. The instruments are detecting geometric patterns hidden within the pyramid's mass, structures that serve no obvious purpose for housing the dead. The construction timeline presents equally confounding problems. Egyptologists claim the Great Pyramid was completed in approximately 20 years during Khufu's reign. That timeline requires placing one 2.5-ton block every 2 minutes, 10 hours a day, for 2 decades straight. The mathematics become even more strained when you factor in the transportation of millions of tons of limestone from quarries miles away, plus the red granite blocks that came from Aswan, 500 miles up the Nile. Christopher Dunn's analysis of the precision cuts found throughout the complex reveals tool marks that don't match with copper implements or bronze saws. The granite boxes in the Serapeum, located near the pyramids, show signs of machine tooling. Perfect right angles, smooth surfaces, and uniform wall thickness that varies by less than a millimeter across surfaces measuring several feet. The level of precision requires tools that supposedly didn't exist for another 4,000 years. Underground chambers beneath the Giza complex tell their own story. Seismic surveys have mapped a network of tunnels and chambers extending far beyond the visible monuments. Some appear natural, carved by water flow. Others show the geometric precision that characterizes the pyramids themselves. The underground complex may be larger than the surface monuments, a hidden foundation for structures we're only beginning to understand. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx and surrounding temples suggest construction during a period of heavy rainfall that ended around 7000 BC, thousands of years before the civilization that supposedly built these monuments existed. The geological evidence points to a much older construction date, or at minimum, multiple phases of construction separated by millennia. The acoustic properties add another layer of mystery. The King's Chamber resonates at exactly 110 Hz when struck. This frequency affects human consciousness, inducing meditative states and altered perception. The Grand Gallery amplifies sound in specific ways, creating acoustic effects that seem designed rather than accidental. Someone built these spaces to interact with sound in very particular ways. Recent infrared imaging during sunset reveals temperature anomalies in specific pyramid stones. Some blocks cool faster than others, suggesting different internal structures or compositions. The pattern of heat signatures follows geometric layouts that don't match random construction blocks. The thermal anomalies indicate hidden passages or chambers that haven't been opened in thousands of years. The pyramid complex continues yielding secrets that challenge our understanding of ancient capabilities. Each new discovery reveals greater sophistication, more precise mathematics, more advanced engineering. The monuments weren't just tombs or religious structures. They were something far more complex, built by people who understood principles of physics and mathematics that we're still working to comprehend. As you drift towards sleep, your mind can wander through those dark passages, past chambers filled with geometric perfection and astronomical precision. The pyramids stand as silent testimony to knowledge that somehow emerged from the ancient world fully formed, without the gradual development we expect from human innovation. They wait in the desert, keeping their secrets, challenging every assumption about how much our ancestors really knew. Bimini Road, Pathway to Atlantis. When marine biologist Dr. J. Manson Valentine descended beneath the crystalline waters near North Bimini in September 1968, he expected to catalog coral formations and fish populations. Instead, his eyes fell upon something that would spark 5 decades of heated debate and whispered theories about humanity's lost past. Stretching across the ocean floor lay what appeared to be a deliberate arrangement of limestone blocks. Massive stones, some weighing 15 tons, formed linear patterns that extended nearly half a mile into the blue depths. The formation was too regular to dismiss as natural erosion, too ancient to attribute to modern construction, and too perfectly aligned to ignore entirely. Valentine's discovery became known as the Bimini Road, though whether it truly represents a road, a wall, or something else entirely remains one of archaeology's most contested underwater mysteries. The stones rest at depths ranging from 6 to 20 feet, their surfaces weathered smooth by centuries of tidal movement, yet their arrangement suggests purpose that transcends random geological processes. What makes the Bimini Road particularly intriguing is its proximity to the location Plato described for Atlantis. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BC, Plato placed his legendary civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in an area that could encompass the Caribbean basin. He described Atlantis as existing 9,000 years before his own time, which would place its destruction around 9,600 BC, coincidentally near the end of the last ice age, when sea levels rose dramatically across the globe. Edgar Cayce, the renowned American psychic, had predicted in the 1930s that evidence of Atlantis would emerge near Bimini in the late 1960s. When Valentine's discovery occurred almost exactly when Cayce had foretold, believers in the lost civilization felt vindicated. Skeptics, meanwhile, pointed to the coincidence as evidence that people were seeing what they wanted to see in natural rock formations. Geological surveys conducted in the 1970s and 1980s revealed that the stones are composed of beach rock, a type of limestone that forms when calcium carbonate precipitates from seawater in tidal zones. This finding initially seemed to settle the debate in favor of natural formation. Beach rock typically forms in horizontal layers and can fracture into rectangular blocks when exposed to wave action and thermal stress. Yet the formation's characteristics continue to puzzle researchers. The blocks display remarkably uniform thickness, averaging about 3 feet. They're arranged in distinctly linear patterns that extend in multiple directions, creating what appears to be a roadway with several branching paths. Some sections show evidence of what could be construction joints, where individual blocks were fitted together with precision that seems deliberate rather than accidental. Marine geologist Dr. Eugene Shin, who conducted extensive studies of the formation in the 1970s, concluded that the Bimini Road represents beach rock that formed naturally during periods of lower sea level. His analysis suggested that the regular jointing patterns resulted from cooling and drying processes as the rock was exposed to air during glacial periods. The apparent roadway effect, he argued, emerged from selective erosion that removed softer sediments while leaving the harder limestone blocks intact. However, subsequent investigations have revealed details that challenge purely geological explanations. Underwater archaeologist Dr. David Zink, who led multiple expeditions to the site during the 1970s and 1980s, documented apparent tool marks on some blocks and discovered what appeared to be anchor stones and worked stone artifacts in the vicinity. His team also found pillars of beach rock standing vertically in formations that seemed to defy natural positioning. Carbon dating attempts have produced conflicting results, with some samples suggesting the rock formed between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, while others indicate much greater antiquity. The variation in dates could reflect different periods of formation, or it might result from contamination of samples by organic material deposited by ocean currents over millennia. The site's complexity extends beyond the main roadway formation. Side roads branch off at regular intervals, creating a network that resembles urban planning more than random fracturing. Some sections appear deliberately curved, following contours that would make sense for navigation, but seem unlikely to result from natural stress patterns. In several areas, smaller stones appear to fill gaps between larger blocks, creating a pavement-like surface that early visitors described as suitable for vehicular traffic. Modern sonar mapping has revealed additional stone structures in deeper waters nearby, including what appear to be walls, foundations, and geometric patterns extending over several square miles of ocean floor. These discoveries suggest that whatever process created the Bimini Road also affected a much larger area than originally suspected. The debate intensified in the 1990s when underwater photographer Bill Donato discovered what he termed the Bimini Wall, a separate formation running perpendicular to the main road structure. This wall consists of precisely fitted stone blocks that appear to form a harbor or breakwater structure. Unlike the weathered stones of the main road, these blocks show sharper edges and more deliberate shaping. Critics of the artificial origin theory point out that beach rock formations similar to Bimini exist elsewhere in the Caribbean, though few display the same degree of linear organization. They argue that selective attention to the most roadway-like sections, while ignoring more obviously natural areas, creates a false impression of deliberate construction. Supporters counter that the formation's scale, organization, and associated artifacts suggest human intervention, even if the initial stone formation was natural. They propose that ancient peoples might have modified existing beach rock formations, creating roads and harbors during periods when sea levels were lower and the area was above water. The Bimini Road remains submerged in more than ocean water. It rests beneath layers of scientific uncertainty, wishful thinking, and genuine mystery. Each dive to the site raises new questions about the boundary between natural processes and human intention, between coincidence and design. Whether the stones mark a pathway to Atlantis, an ancient harbor, or simply nature's talent for creating patterns that echo our deepest myths, they continue to draw researchers and dreamers to the depths where answers remain as elusive as the legendary civilization they might represent. Cahokia Mounds, America's Forgotten City. When archaeologist Melvin Fowler first climbed to the summit of Monk's Mound in 1961, he found himself standing atop something that shouldn't have existed. Beneath his feet lay 4 terraces of precisely engineered earth, rising 100 feet above the Mississippi River floodplain. The structure contained more than 22 million cubic feet of soil, moved basket by basket, without the aid of beasts of burden or metal tools. What troubled Fowler most wasn't the scale of construction, it was the silence surrounding it in every history book he'd ever read. Just outside present-day St. Louis, the remains of Cahokia spread across 6 square miles of Illinois prairie. Between 1050 and 1200 CE, this was the largest city north of Mexico, home to perhaps 20,000 people. Yet by the time European explorers arrived, the great mound stood empty. The inhabitants had vanished so completely that even neighboring tribes possessed no memory of who had built these earthen monuments. The numbers alone challenge our understanding of prehistoric North America. Cahokia contained over 120 mounds, each serving purposes that archaeologists can only theorize about. The Grand Plaza, meticulously leveled and maintained, could have held gatherings of thousands. Residential areas stretched beyond the ceremonial core, connected by what appear to be carefully planned avenues. This wasn't a village that grew organically over time. This was urban planning on a scale that supposedly didn't exist in pre-Columbian America. Carbon dating places. Cahokia's peak between 1050 and 1100 CE, contemporaneous with the construction of Europe's great cathedrals. While medieval cities across the Atlantic struggled with basic sanitation and urban design, Cahokia's architects were creating sophisticated drainage systems and residential neighborhoods organized around central courtyards. The precision of their earthworks rivals anything built in the ancient world. Monk's Mound itself presents an engineering puzzle that modern archaeologists are still unraveling. The structure rises in 4 distinct terraces, each built with different types of soil chosen for specific properties. The builders used sandy loam for drainage, clay for stability, and topsoil for the final surfaces. Core samples reveal that construction proceeded in carefully planned phases, with each layer allowed to settle before the next was added. The eastern face aligns precisely with the rising sun at the equinoxes, suggesting astronomical knowledge that governed the entire design. But Monk's Mound is only the beginning. Mound 72, discovered in 1967, contained one of North America's most significant archaeological finds. Within its layers, Fowler's team uncovered the burial of what appeared to be a high-status individual, laid to rest on a blanket of 20,000 shell beads arranged in the shape of a falcon. Surrounding this central figure were the remains of over 270 other people, their placement suggesting complex burial rituals that speak to a highly stratified society. The arrangement of these burials tells a story that challenges everything we thought we knew about prehistoric American cultures. Some individuals were clearly buried with honor, accompanied by elaborate grave goods including copper ornaments, mica sheets, and projectile points crafted from exotic materials. Others appear to have been sacrificial victims, their remains showing evidence of violent death. The implications are staggering. Cahokia wasn't just a large village, it was the capital of what can only be described as an empire. Evidence for Cahokia's far-reaching influence appears across the Midwest and Southeast. In Wisconsin, Missouri, and as far south as Alabama, smaller mound complexes mirror Cahokian architectural styles. Exotic materials found at these sites trace trade routes that stretched from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic coast. Cahokian influence shaped American prehistory across a continent. The mystery deepens when we examine what archaeologists call the American Bottom. This flood-prone region seems an unlikely choice for such a massive urban center. Yet environmental studies reveal that Cahokia's builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of hydrology and seasonal flooding patterns. They constructed their city during a period of optimal climate conditions, taking advantage of what researchers now call the medieval warm period to support intensive agriculture in the river bottoms. Corn storage facilities discovered throughout the site could have supported populations far larger than 20,000. Some estimates suggest Cahokia may have housed up to 40,000 people at its peak, making it larger than London in 1100 CE. The implications of feeding and organizing such a population without written language or centralized currency systems challenge our assumptions about the requirements for complex civilization. Then, around 1200 CE, something changed. Construction on the Great Mounds ceased. The population began to disperse. By 1400, Cahokia was essentially abandoned. Theories for this collapse range from climate change to warfare to social upheaval, but none fully explain the completeness of the abandonment or the subsequent silence in regional oral traditions. When French explorers first documented the mounds in the late 1600s, they named the site after a small band of Illiniwek people living in the area. But the Cahokia tribe had no connection to the ancient builders. Their own traditions spoke of the mounds as the work of people who came before, people whose names and purposes had been forgotten by time. Recent LiDAR surveys have revealed that Cahokia was even larger than previously imagined. Hidden beneath centuries of farming and development, archaeologists have identified additional mounds and residential areas that extend the site's boundaries well beyond the current park borders. Each new discovery adds complexity to questions we're still learning how to ask. The people of Cahokia left no written records, no stone monuments inscribed with the names of rulers or accounts of great deeds. Their story exists only in the language of earth and artifact, in the careful arrangement of soil and the placement of grave goods. Reading this archaeological record requires a different kind of literacy, one that acknowledges the sophistication of cultures that chose to write their history in landscapes rather than libraries. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider the silence that surrounds Cahokia. In a world where we document every moment, the builders of America's first great city achieved immortality through anonymity. Their mounds still rise from the Illinois prairie, keeping secrets that may never be fully revealed, honoring the unknown architects of a civilization that flourished in the heart of a continent, then chose to walk away from everything they had built. The Whispering Galleries of Stonehenge. When you stand inside the circle at Stonehenge and whisper against one of the massive sarsen stones, something remarkable happens. Your voice carries with crystal clarity to points across the ancient ring that shouldn't be able to hear you at all. Acoustic engineers have spent decades trying to understand why this 5,000-year-old monument behaves like a sophisticated sound chamber, designed with precision that rivals modern concert halls. The phenomenon was first documented in 1958 by a BBC sound engineer testing equipment for a documentary. He noticed that conversations held near the heel stone could be heard clearly at the altar stone, some 90 feet away, while remaining inaudible to listeners standing between these points. The audio waves seemed to follow curved paths through the air, bending around the massive trilithons in ways that defied conventional understanding of sound propagation. Dr. Rupert Till, from the University of Huddersfield, has dedicated years to mapping Stonehenge's acoustic properties. His research reveals that the stone circle creates specific resonance frequencies that amplify human voices within a narrow range of pitches. These frequencies align almost perfectly with the fundamental tones used in ancient chanting and ritualistic singing. When Till's team reconstructed the monument's original configuration using computer modeling, they discovered that the complete circle would have created an even more sophisticated acoustic environment, one that could separate different vocal frequencies and project them to distinct areas within the henge. The mystery deepens when you consider that the builders of Stonehenge somehow understood these acoustic principles long before the science of sound was developed. The sarsen stones, each weighing up to 50 tons, were shaped and positioned with tolerances that modern acousticians recognize as deliberate. Slight variations in the stone's surfaces create specific reflection patterns, while the gaps between trilithons are sized to allow certain wavelengths to pass through while blocking others. Carbon dating places. Stonehenge's construction across multiple phases spanning nearly 2,000 years, from 3,100 to 1100 BCE. The acoustic properties appear most refined in the later phases, suggesting that successive generations of builders were refining an increasingly sophisticated understanding of sound manipulation. Stone circles across the British Isles show similar acoustic properties, but none approach the complexity found at Stonehenge. Recent excavations have uncovered another layer to the acoustic mystery. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed a network of chalk-lined pits and post holes extending far beyond the visible stone circle. These underground features appear to create additional resonance chambers that interact with the above-ground acoustics. Dr. Bouldew. Sarah Eubank, who led the subsurface mapping project, describes discovering cavities beneath the monument that seem designed to amplify low-frequency sounds traveling through the ground itself. The implications stretch into realms that challenge our assumptions about prehistoric knowledge. Sound therapy researchers have found that the specific frequencies amplified within Stonehenge correspond to brainwave patterns associated with altered states of consciousness. Dr. Robert John's Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Laboratory documented measurable changes in participants' neurological activity when exposed to extended periods of Stonehenge's natural acoustic environment. Local folklore has long spoken of Stonehenge's ability to carry messages across impossible distances. Medieval chroniclers recorded accounts of voices heard emanating from the stones with no visible speakers present. While dismissed as superstition for centuries, these historical accounts align remarkably well with modern acoustic analysis. The monument's sound-focusing properties can create phantom voice effects, where whispers from specific locations become audible in areas where the speaker cannot be seen. Archaeological evidence suggests that Stonehenge's acoustic properties were actively utilized throughout its lifetime. Excavations have uncovered fragments of ancient musical instruments, including bone flutes tuned to the monument's resonant frequencies. Wear patterns on certain stones indicate regular contact with organic materials, possibly from human hands or ritual objects used in conjunction with the acoustic effects. The astronomical alignments for which Stonehenge is famous may represent only one layer of a more complex design. The same trilithons that frame the summer and winter solstice also serve as focal points for the monument's acoustic geometry. During the solstice sunrise, the heelstone's position creates both a visual and auditory axis that concentrates sound waves along the exact same alignment as the celestial event. Professor Timothy Darvill's recent excavations have revealed that the blue stones, transported from Wales across a distance of over 150 miles, possess unique acoustic properties not found in local materials. When struck, these particular stones produce sustained tones that can be heard across considerable distances. The effort required to transport these specific stones suggests that their acoustic qualities were as important to the builders as any ceremonial significance. Modern attempts to replicate Stonehenge's acoustic effects have met with limited success. Concert hall designers have studied the monument's proportions and applied similar principles to contemporary venues, but none have achieved the same combination of clarity, projection, and frequency separation. The subtle irregularities in the ancient stones create acoustic complexities that geometric precision cannot duplicate. Native American traditions speak of stone circles that could carry prayers to the spirit world. Aboriginal Australians describe songlines where landscapes themselves become instruments of communication. Similar acoustic phenomena have been documented at ancient sites worldwide, from the temples of Malta to the stone circles of Gambia. Stonehenge represents perhaps the most sophisticated example of a global understanding that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. On quiet mornings when tourist crowds have not yet arrived, you can still experience Stonehenge's acoustic mysteries firsthand. Park rangers report that the monument's sound effects remain strongest during the liminal hours around dawn and dusk, when atmospheric conditions naturally enhance the stone circle's resonant properties. The whispers continue, carried on frequencies that traverse both space and time, ancient voices speaking through carefully arranged stone, their messages encoded in wavelengths that our ancestors understood in ways we are still struggling to comprehend. In the gentle acoustics of this prehistoric cathedral, perhaps the ultimate mystery is not who built it, but why they felt compelled to give their monument a voice. Yonaguni Monument, Nature or Nurture. 25 meters beneath the Pacific's surface, where sunlight fractures into dancing ribbons and silence weighs heavy as stone, lies something that has divided the scientific community for 3 decades. Marine geologist Kihachiro Aratake descended into these waters off Yonaguni Island in 1986, expecting nothing more than a routine dive. Instead, he discovered terraced platforms, straight-edged walls, and geometric forms so precise they seem to mock the chaos of nature. The monument stretches 100 meters long, rising in perfect steps from the ocean floor like some forgotten ziggurat. Each terrace maintains mathematical precision. Each corner holds its angle with architectural stubbornness. The main structure features a flat summit, vertical walls, and what appears to be a ceremonial platform, complete with what researchers have termed a stage and audience area. Marine archaeologist Masaki Kimura spent over 15 years studying these formations. His measurements revealed something extraordinary. The monument's dimensions follow a consistent ratio found in ancient Japanese architecture. The terraces rise at measured intervals. The walls maintain uniform thickness. Even the supposed natural fractures follow geometric patterns that natural weathering rarely produces. But here's where the mystery deepens. If human hands carved this monument, it was completed when sea levels stood 70 meters lower than today. That places its construction at the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago, long before conventional archaeology places advanced civilizations in this region. Long before we believe humans possessed the tools and knowledge to create such sophisticated megalithic architecture. Geologist Robert Schoch examined the site with the skepticism of orthodox science. He documented the sandstone's natural weaknesses, the way water and current could theoretically carve such formations over millennia. The rock layers, he argued, fractured along existing fault lines. Erosion did the rest, creating an illusion of human design where none existed. Yet even Schoch acknowledged the statistical improbability. For natural forces to create such consistent angles, such uniform terracing, such apparent architectural planning, would require a coordination of geological events that stretches credibility. The monument possesses features that appear unmistakably artificial: a carved turtle, what seems to be a drainage system, and stone arrangements that mirror ceremonial platforms found at surface sites across ancient Japan. Local Ryukyu legends speak of Mu, a lost civilization that once connected the scattered islands of the Pacific. These oral traditions describe advanced peoples who built great stone cities before the waters rose to claim them. Similar stories echo across Micronesia, in Hawaii, throughout Polynesia. Always the same elements: master builders, rising waters, civilizations lost beneath the waves. The monument's location tells its own story. Yonaguni sits at the intersection of 3 major tectonic plates, a region of constant seismic activity. If ancient peoples did construct this site, they chose ground that guaranteed its eventual submersion, unless they built it when the land stood higher, during that ice age period when vast quantities of water remained locked in polar ice. Consider the implications. If the Yonaguni monument represents human construction, it predates Göbekli Tepe by thousands of years. It would make Japan home to humanity's earliest megalithic architecture, built by peoples who left no other trace in the archaeological record. A ghost civilization that mastered stone cutting, understood complex engineering, and created monuments to gods or purposes we can only guess at. The evidence continues to accumulate. Underwater surveys have revealed additional structures scattered across the seafloor: stone circles, what appear to be roads, geometric formations that follow the same architectural principles as the main monument. If these formations resulted from natural processes, those processes operated with impossible consistency across wide areas of ocean floor. Marine biologist Teruaki Ishii documented something equally puzzling: the monument's integration with marine life. Certain species of coral grow exclusively on its surfaces, following the geometric patterns of the stone. Schools of fish move through the structure's channels, as if following predetermined routes. The monument functions as an artificial reef, so effectively it suggests design, not accident. Recent sonar mapping revealed chambers within the monument's interior, hollow spaces that water fills and empties with the tides, creating acoustic effects that divers describe as haunting. Sound resonates through the structure in ways that enhance its architectural properties. Whether by design or coincidence, the monument sings. Japanese archaeologist Sundaresh examined stone tools and artifacts found near the site. Carbon dating placed some specimens at 9,000 years old, well within the time frame for human habitation of submerged Yonaguni, but the tools show sophistication that predates similar technologies found on mainland Asia. Advanced cutting implements created by peoples who left no other technological legacy. The academic establishment remains divided. Mainstream geology insists on natural formation, pointing to the monument's sandstone composition and the region's geological instability. Alternative researchers argue for human construction, emphasizing the structure's architectural sophistication and cultural context. Between these positions lies an uncomfortable middle ground: the possibility that we simply don't understand how nature creates such formations, or how early human civilizations achieved such architectural mastery. Perhaps the truth matters less than the mystery itself. Whether carved by human hands or shaped by geological forces beyond our comprehension, the Yonaguni monument challenges our assumptions about the past. It rests in depths where few will ever visit, maintaining its secrets in the patient way of stone and water. The ocean keeps its own counsel. 25 meters down, where pressure weighs heavy and silence stretches infinite, something waits, terraced and geometric, purposeful and eternal, built by intention or accident, but undeniably there, a testament to forces we have yet to fully understand, sleeping beneath waves that have kept its secrets for 10,000 years. In those depths, questions matter more than answers, and some mysteries are meant to endure. The secrets of Skara Brae. When archaeologists first glimpsed the stone furniture still sitting in place after 5,000 years, they realized they were looking at something unprecedented. In 1850, a violent storm stripped away centuries of sand from the Orkney Islands, revealing what would become known as Europe's most complete Neolithic village. Skara Brae emerged from its sandy tomb like a time capsule, its inhabitants having simply vanished. The preservation defies explanation. Stone beds with their original arrangements, hearths with ash still scattered nearby, storage boxes carved from single blocks of stone, some still containing fragments of what their owners had carefully stored away. It's as though the villagers stepped out one morning and never returned, leaving behind a snapshot of domestic life from an era we barely comprehend. Dr. Anna Ritchie spent 3 decades studying Skara Brae, and her observations challenge our assumptions about prehistoric intelligence. The village's design reveals sophisticated understanding of insulation, drainage, and community planning that wouldn't look out of place in a modern architectural handbook. Each dwelling connects to its neighbors through covered passageways, creating what she calls the world's first planned suburb. The implications are staggering when you consider this predates Stonehenge by 6 centuries. The construction technique itself presents a puzzle that keeps engineers awake at night. Without mortar, the builders fitted irregular stones together so precisely that the structures have weathered 5 millennia of North Atlantic storms. Master stonemason Jake Morrison attempted to replicate a single wall using traditional tools and admitted defeat after 3 weeks. The original builders achieved what modern craftsmen struggle to match: yet we have no record of their methods or training. Carbon dating places the village's occupation between 3200 and 2500 BCE, but the dating raises more questions than it answers. Analysis of the midden heaps shows the inhabitants lived comfortable lives, with varied diets including beef, mutton, pork, fish, and cultivated grains. This suggests an established agricultural society with sophisticated food production systems. Yet archaeology shows no gradual development leading to such advancement. Skara Brae appears in the archaeological record fully formed, as if its builders simply materialized with complete knowledge of advanced construction and community organization. The interior layouts reveal standardized measurements that suggest central planning authority. Each house follows nearly identical proportions, with the main room averaging 20 feet square. The stone furniture placement shows remarkable consistency, almost like a prehistoric building code was being followed. Beds positioned identically, hearths centered precisely, and storage areas located in matching positions. This level of standardization requires institutional knowledge and cultural continuity that shouldn't exist in isolated Stone Age communities. Marine archaeologist Caroline Wickham-Jones made an unsettling discovery while examining the site's perimeter. The village edges show signs of rapid abandonment, with tools left mid-task and hearth fires apparently extinguished suddenly. More intriguingly, she found evidence suggesting the inhabitants deliberately sealed their homes before leaving. Doorways were carefully blocked with stone slabs, and valuable items were left in specific positions, as if preserved intentionally. The mystery deepens when examining the village's relationship to the broader landscape. Skara Brae sits within walking distance of the Ring of Brodgar and the Stones of Stennis, creating what researchers call the heart of Neolithic Orkney. The positioning isn't coincidental. Sophisticated surveying was required to align the village with both stone circles and specific astronomical events. During winter solstice, the setting sun creates perfect sightlines between Skara Brae and the ancient monuments, suggesting coordinated planning across multiple generations. Recent ground-penetrating radar has revealed even more disturbing possibilities. The surveys indicate Skara Brae may be only the exposed portion of a much larger settlement extending beneath the modern landscape. Preliminary data suggests buried structures stretching inland for nearly a mile, implying a population density that would require agricultural and organizational systems far beyond what we associate with Neolithic Britain. Professor Mark Edmonds studied the site's artifacts and reached conclusions that make traditional archaeologists uncomfortable. The pottery shows influences from cultures separated by vast distances and seemingly impossible timeframes. Decorative motifs match patterns found in Malta, Ireland, and even prehistoric sites in Brittany, yet the accepted chronology suggests these regions had no contact during Skara Brae's occupation period. Either our understanding of Neolithic communication networks is completely wrong, or something more unusual was happening. The preservation conditions themselves warrant scrutiny. Sand burial typically causes structural collapse within decades, yet Skara Brae's buildings remained intact through 50 centuries. Geologist Dr. Sarah Fowle examined the sand composition and found unusual mineral content that she describes as almost engineered for preservation. The sand contains naturally occurring silicates that protected the stone from chemical weathering, but the concentration and distribution patterns are unlike anything she's encountered in natural deposits. Perhaps most unsettling are the traces of what the inhabitants did in their final period. Recent excavations uncovered deliberate modifications made just before abandonment. Doorways were narrowed using carefully shaped stones, almost as though the villagers were trying to keep something out or in. Several houses show evidence of internal barricading, with furniture moved to block passages in ways that suggest fear rather than simple storage. Temperature analysis of the hearths indicates the village was abandoned during warm months, when survival would have been easiest. Food stores were left intact, and valuable tools remained in working positions. Whatever drove the inhabitants away overcame their attachment to a settlement, representing generations of labor and cultural investment. The site continues revealing secrets that challenge established archaeology. Ground-penetrating radar identified chamber systems beneath the village floor that don't match any known Neolithic architecture. These subsurface spaces appear deliberately sealed and show geometric precision that seems impossible for the period. Attempts to access these areas have been repeatedly denied by heritage authorities, leaving researchers to speculate about what knowledge lies buried beneath Scotland's most famous prehistoric village. Skara Brae stands as testament to possibilities we're only beginning to consider. Each investigation reveals capabilities that stretch our understanding of what Stone Age communities could achieve, while the circumstances of its abandonment suggest stories that will likely remain forever untold. Derinkuyu, the underground city. When renovation workers in Cappadocia knocked down a basement wall in 1963, they expected to find storage space. Instead, their hammers broke through into a tunnel that led to corridors, that led to chambers, that led to the discovery of a city built entirely underground, one that could house 20,000 people, one that had been forgotten by the surface world for over 1,000 years. Derinkuyu sits beneath the rolling hills of central Turkey, carved from volcanic rock with a precision that defies its ancient origins. The city descends 18 levels into the earth, reaching depths of nearly 300 feet. But what captivates archaeologists isn't just its size, it's the sophistication of its design, the ingenuity of its ventilation systems, and the haunting question of why an entire civilization chose to live in perpetual darkness. Standing at the entrance today, you're confronted with a narrow tunnel that forces you to crouch. This wasn't an oversight in construction. The passages were deliberately designed to be defensible, creating choke points where a single guard could hold off dozens of intruders. Stone doors, weighing several tons each, could be rolled into position to seal sections of the city. These weren't decorative features. They were survival mechanisms built by people who understood what it meant to face existential threats. The deeper levels reveal something remarkable. The architects of Derinkuyu didn't simply dig randomly into the rock. They created a functioning urban environment. Stables for livestock occupied the second level. Food storage chambers, carved with precise temperature control in mind, preserved grain and wine. Communal kitchens featured sophisticated smoke management systems that prevented detection from above. Each family unit had private quarters connected by a network of tunnels that could be sealed independently. Most ingenious of all was the ventilation system. 52 shafts, some reaching the full depth of the city, provided fresh air to every level. The deepest shaft also served as a well, ensuring water access even during extended sieges. The engineering required to accomplish this predates our understanding of medieval capabilities by centuries. Air flowed through calculated routes, preventing the accumulation of carbon dioxide that would have made underground living impossible. But Derinkuyu wasn't unique. Archaeological surveys have identified nearly 200 underground cities throughout Cappadocia, connected by tunnels spanning miles beneath the surface. Some passages link directly to Derinkuyu, creating a subterranean network that could facilitate communication and movement across vast distances without ever emerging into daylight. The coordination required to plan and execute such a project suggests a level of organization that historians struggle to reconcile with known ancient civilizations. Carbon dating places the oldest sections of Derinkuyu around the 8th century BCE, during the Phrygian period. But the construction shows multiple phases of expansion spanning nearly a millennium. Each generation added layers, improved systems, expanded capacity. This wasn't a temporary refuge, it was a permanent alternative to surface living, refined across centuries of occupation. The question that haunts researchers is motivation. Why would thousands of people choose to live underground? The standard explanation points to religious persecution. Early Christians fleeing Roman oppression supposedly sought sanctuary in the tunnels, but this theory fractures under scrutiny. The scale of construction, the sophistication of infrastructure, the evidence of long-term habitation all suggest motivations beyond temporary refuge. Some chambers contain features that resist easy categorization. Ritual spaces with acoustic properties that amplify whispers while dampening louder sounds. Meeting halls with seating arrangements that suggest formal governance structures. Educational areas with carved teaching aids still visible on the walls. Children were born in these tunnels, raised without sunlight, educated in these chambers. Entire generations lived their lives in Derinkuyu without seeing the surface world. The mystery deepens when you consider the physical evidence of the inhabitants themselves. Skeletal remains show adaptations to low-light environments. Tool marks in the deepest chambers indicate mining activities that extended far beyond the city's official boundaries. Chemical analysis of residue in storage chambers reveals agricultural products that weren't native to the region, suggesting trade networks that somehow functioned despite the inhabitants' subterranean lifestyle. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed structures beneath Derinkuyu's lowest accessible levels, chambers and corridors that have never been opened. The Turkish government has restricted access to these areas, citing safety concerns about unstable rock formations. But the radar images show construction that appears even more sophisticated than what's currently visible. Geometric patterns in the rock that suggest architectural planning beyond what we attribute to 8th century engineering. Perhaps most unsettling are the acoustic anomalies throughout the city. Certain chambers produce echoes that don't match their visible dimensions. Sound behaves strangely in Derinkuyu, carrying voices through corridors in ways that seem to violate basic physics. Visitors report hearing whispers from empty rooms, conversations in languages they don't recognize. Modern acoustic engineers can't explain how the ancient builders achieved these effects, or whether they were intentional. The city's abandonment remains as mysterious as its construction. Sometime around 1200 CE, the inhabitants simply left. No signs of violence, no evidence of plague or disaster. Personal belongings remained scattered in living quarters, as if the residents expected to return. Food stores were left sealed. Tools remained in workshops. It's as though 20,000 people simultaneously decided their underground life was complete. Today, only a fraction of Derinkuyu is accessible to researchers. The Turkish Department of Culture has sealed many sections, claiming structural instability. But archaeologists who've gained limited access describe chambers that challenge our understanding of ancient capabilities. Room after room extends beyond the official maps, descending deeper than anyone imagined. The people who carved Derinkuyu from solid rock possessed knowledge we've yet to recover. They understood acoustics, engineering, urban planning, and survival in ways that seem impossible for their supposed time period. They built not just a city, but a civilization hidden beneath the earth. Walking through those narrow corridors today, surrounded by the absolute silence of buried stone, you can't escape the feeling that Derinkuyu still holds its secrets, that somewhere in those sealed chambers, in those unexplored depths, evidence waits that might rewrite everything we think we know about the ancient world. The underground city of Derinkuyu stands as testament to human ingenuity and ambition, but it also poses questions that comfort doesn't easily accommodate. The unsolved mysteries of Lepenski Vir. In 1965, archaeologists working along the Danube River made a discovery that would rewrite Europe's ancient history. They found Lepenski Vir, a settlement that shouldn't exist according to everything we understood about Stone Age civilization. What emerged from the riverbank challenged the fundamental timeline of human cultural development. The sculptures alone defied explanation. Carved from massive river boulders between 8,000 and 6,000 years ago, these enigmatic figures possessed an artistic sophistication that predated known European art by millennia. Each sculpture bore human-like features merged with fish characteristics, creating beings that seemed to bridge two worlds. The craftsmanship displayed techniques that wouldn't appear elsewhere in Europe for thousands of years. Dr. Dragoslav Srejovic, the Serbian archaeologist who led the excavation, spent decades trying to understand what his team had uncovered. The precision of the site's layout troubled him most. 54 trapezoidal houses arranged in a perfect arc along the river's edge, each structure positioned according to a geometric principle that archaeologists still struggle to decode. The mathematical relationships between the buildings suggested knowledge systems far beyond what Stone Age cultures were supposed to possess. The houses themselves presented another puzzle. Built from limestone blocks quarried with remarkable precision, each dwelling followed identical proportions despite varying in size. The largest structures measured 12 meters in length, while the smallest maintained the same geometric ratios at 3 meters. Every foundation aligned with astronomical phenomena, tracking solar and lunar cycles with accuracy that wouldn't be matched in Europe until the Roman period. Within these structures, the archaeological team discovered hearths positioned at mathematically calculated points. The fireplaces weren't randomly placed for convenience or warmth. They occupied specific coordinates that formed complex geometric patterns when mapped across the entire settlement. Carbon dating confirmed these arrangements existed 8,000 years ago, millennia before the supposed development of advanced mathematics in European civilization. The sculptures presented the deepest mystery. Over 100 fish-human hybrid figures, each carved from river stones weighing several tons, stood as silent sentinels throughout the settlement. Their faces combined human expressions with fish-like mouths and gill markings. The precision of the carving required metal tools that shouldn't have existed in Stone Age Europe. Modern attempts to replicate the sculptures using period-appropriate stone tools have failed to achieve similar results. Dr. Srejevich's analysis revealed another disturbing detail: the sculpture's eyes. Every figure possessed carefully carved eye sockets that tracked specific astronomical events. Some monitored solstices, others followed planetary movements, and several aligned with star patterns that would have been invisible without advanced observational knowledge. The implications suggested astronomical understanding comparable to much later civilizations. The dating created additional problems for conventional archaeology. Radiocarbon analysis placed Lipensky Vir's occupation between 6,200 and 5,900 BCE, during Europe's early Neolithic period. Contemporary European settlements consisted of simple farming villages with basic pottery and stone tools. None displayed the architectural sophistication, artistic achievement, or astronomical knowledge found at Lipensky Vir. Geologists examining the site discovered another anomaly. The limestone blocks used in construction came from quarries located 30 kilometers upriver. Moving tons of precisely cut stone across that distance required transportation and engineering capabilities that Stone Age cultures weren't supposed to possess. The logistics involved suggested organized labor forces and advanced planning systems inconsistent with hunter-gatherer societies. The settlement's relationship with the Danube provided additional mysteries. Lipensky Vir's builders demonstrated sophisticated understanding of river engineering, constructing their community to withstand seasonal flooding while maintaining accessibility to water resources. They channeled stream flow through carefully designed stone conduits, creating an irrigation system that wouldn't be documented elsewhere in Europe for several millennia. Archaeological evidence revealed the inhabitants practiced complex burial customs that paralleled later European traditions rather than contemporary Stone Age practices. Bodies were interred beneath house floors with grave goods including polished stone tools, bone needles, and decorative objects showing artistic influences from distant regions. Trade networks extended across the Balkans, connecting Lipensky Vir to communities hundreds of kilometers away. The fish-human sculptures appeared throughout these burial contexts, suggesting religious or spiritual significance that modern researchers can't decode. Some figures held objects resembling tools or ceremonial items. Others displayed markings that might represent early writing systems. Though no contemporary European cultures possessed written language, the symbols remain untranslated despite decades of analysis by linguistic experts. DNA analysis of skeletal remains revealed another puzzle. The Lipensky Vir population displayed genetic diversity suggesting contact with Mediterranean, Central European, and possibly Near Eastern peoples. The genetic mixing required extensive trade networks and cultural exchange systems that contradicted models of Stone Age European isolation. Modern attempts to explain Lipensky Vir's anomalies have produced competing theories, none entirely satisfactory. Some archaeologists suggest the site represents an unknown advanced culture that disappeared without leaving traces elsewhere. Others propose contact with more sophisticated civilizations from outside Europe. A few researchers argue the evidence demands reconsideration of Stone Age European capabilities. The geometric principles governing the settlement remain partially decoded. Computer modeling reveals mathematical relationships based on golden ratio proportions and complex astronomical calculations. The builders possessed knowledge of engineering principles that wouldn't be formally documented until classical Greek civilization. They understood concepts of urban planning, architectural harmony, and celestial mechanics that challenge assumptions about Stone Age intellectual capabilities. Recent excavations continue revealing new mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar suggests additional structures buried beneath sediment layers. These undiscovered buildings might contain artifacts that could explain Lipensky Vir's origins and technological sophistication. The Serbian government restricts access to much of the site, leaving crucial questions unanswered. The Danube's changing water levels occasionally expose artifacts from Lepenski Vir's submerged sections. These discoveries include carved stones, tool fragments, and pottery showing artistic influences from unknown sources. Each new find deepens the mystery, rather than providing explanations. Lepenski Vir stands as testimony to human achievements that official history can't accommodate. Its builders possessed knowledge, skills, and cultural sophistication that shouldn't have existed in Stone Age Europe. The settlement challenges fundamental assumptions about human development, suggesting civilizations capable of remarkable achievements existed far earlier than we've recognized. The fish-human sculptures continue watching over the Danube, guardians of secrets that died with their creators 8,000 years ago. Chavin de Huantar's mystical architecture. In 1919, archaeologist Julio Tello descended into a series of stone corridors beneath the Peruvian highlands that defied every assumption about ancient Andean civilization. What he found wasn't just another ruin, it was an architectural puzzle that has consumed researchers for over a century. Chavin de Huantar sits 10,000 feet above sea level in Peru's Ancash region, nestled between two rivers that have carved their way through the Andes for millennia. The site appears deceptively simple from above, a collection of plazas and terraces that might suggest nothing more than another ceremonial center. Yet beneath these surface structures lies something far more extraordinary, a labyrinthine network of tunnels, chambers, and passageways that snake through solid bedrock with surgical precision. The civilization that built Chavin flourished between 900 and 200 BCE, predating the Inca by well over 1,000 years. They left behind no written language, no clear historical records, and no explanation for the architectural marvel they carved into this remote mountain valley. What they did leave was a site so acoustically and structurally sophisticated that modern engineers still struggle to understand its true purpose. Walking through Chavin's underground galleries feels like entering the circulatory system of some massive stone organism. The passages aren't random, they follow deliberate patterns that suggest intimate knowledge of both engineering and human psychology. Water flows through carefully constructed channels that run beneath, beside, and sometimes through the walkways themselves. The sound of moving water echoes differently in each chamber, creating an ever-changing symphony that follows visitors through the maze. Dr. John Rick from Stanford University has spent decades mapping these tunnels, and his team has discovered something remarkable about their construction. The passages weren't built using conventional methods. They were carved from the inside out, with workers somehow removing thousands of tons of rock through openings barely wide enough for a single person. The waste stone had to be carried out through these same narrow corridors, yet archaeologists have never found clear evidence of where all this material went. The acoustic properties of Chavin's architecture border on the impossible. Certain chambers amplify whispers into thunderous echoes, while others swallow sound completely. In the gallery of the labyrinths, a person speaking at normal volume in one corner can be heard clearly in a chamber 50 feet away, while someone standing just 5 feet distant hears nothing at all. These aren't accidents of construction, they're deliberate features that required profound understanding of sound propagation and architectural acoustics. At the heart of the underground complex stands the Lanzone, a 15-foot-tall granite monolith carved into the shape of a supernatural being with both human and feline features. The statue wasn't moved into position after the temple's construction. The entire building was designed around it, with passages that frame and focus attention on this enigmatic figure. The Lanzone's placement creates what researchers call an acoustic oracle, a position where sound behaves so strangely that spoken words seem to come from the stone itself. Recent excavations have revealed that Chavin's builders possessed knowledge of hydraulic engineering that wouldn't be matched in the region for another 1,000 years. They constructed a drainage system that not only prevented flooding, but actively used water flow to create specific sounds throughout the complex. During Peru's rainy season, the tunnels fill with the carefully orchestrated music of flowing water, transforming the entire site into a massive stone instrument. The mystery deepens when we consider Chavin's influence across ancient Peru. Artifacts bearing the site's distinctive artistic style have been found hundreds of miles away, suggesting this remote mountain center wielded influence across a vast territory. Yet there's no evidence of a military presence, no fortifications, no indications that power was projected through conventional means. Whatever happened at Chavin de Huantar, it was compelling enough to draw pilgrims across treacherous mountain passes for centuries. Temperature readings throughout the tunnels reveal another puzzle. Certain chambers maintain steady temperatures that differ significantly from both the external environment and adjacent passages. Some rooms stay cool during the day and warm at night, as if the builders understood principles of thermal dynamics that we're only beginning to appreciate in modern sustainable architecture. The stonework itself challenges our understanding of pre-Columbian construction techniques. Blocks weighing several tons fit together with precision that modern masons struggle to replicate. More puzzling still, many of these massive stones show evidence of having been shaped after installation, as if builders had access to tools and techniques that left no trace in the archaeological record. Carbon dating of organic materials found throughout the site suggests construction occurred in phases spanning several centuries, yet the architectural consistency implies a single, unchanging design vision. How did builders separated by generations maintain such precise coordination? What blueprints or knowledge systems allowed them to continue work their predecessors had begun? Dr. Peter Kolek, from Peru's Pontificia Universidad Católica, has proposed that Chavin represents something unprecedented in ancient American civilization, a center of learning where knowledge of astronomy, hydraulics, acoustics, and psychology intersected in ways we're still trying to understand. The site's influence on later Andean cultures suggests it functioned as something between a university and a spiritual center, drawing students and pilgrims who carried its teachings across the continent. Modern visitors to Chavin often report unusual experiences in the deeper tunnels, sensations of disorientation, changes in perception, and an overwhelming sense of ancient presence that seems built into the architecture itself. Whether these effects result from deliberate psychological manipulation through sound and space, or represent something more mysterious, remains an open question. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we might wonder what other secrets remain buried in Chavin's depths. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys suggest vast chambers that haven't been opened since their construction over 2 millennia ago. Whatever knowledge the builders of Chavin possessed, much of it still waits in the darkness beneath those Andean peaks, patient as stone, mysterious as the mountain mists that shroud their creation. The giant Moeraki boulders along New Zealand's eastern coast, where the Tasman Sea meets ancient sedimentary cliffs, photographers arrive each dawn to capture something that shouldn't exist in nature's vocabulary. Scattered across Koekohe Beach, like the forgotten marbles of Titans, dozens of perfectly spherical boulders rest in the sand, some reaching 9 feet in diameter and weighing several tons. The Maori called them tikai hinaki, the food baskets, but their true origin has puzzled geologists for over a century. Dr. Hamish Campbell spent 30 years studying these formations for the New Zealand Geological Survey. In 2003, he published what remains the most comprehensive analysis of the Moeraki boulders, yet his conclusions raised more questions than they answered. The official explanation involves a process called concretion, minerals supposedly crystallizing around a core over millions of years beneath the seafloor. But Campbell's own measurements revealed inconsistencies that challenge this theory. The boulders aren't randomly distributed, they follow patterns that suggest deliberate placement, aligned with magnetic north in clusters of 3 to 7 spheres. Their composition varies dramatically from the surrounding mudstone cliffs, containing calcite concentrations that shouldn't exist in this geological environment. Most troubling of all, carbon dating of organic material trapped within the spheres yields ages that contradict the supposed timeline of their formation. Local Maori tradition speaks of these stones as eel baskets and water gourds that washed ashore from the wreck of Araite Oru, a great voyaging canoe. The legend describes how the vessel's cargo scattered along the beach when it foundered on hidden reefs. While science dismisses such stories as mythology, the oral tradition contains surprisingly specific details about the boulder's internal structure that weren't confirmed by researchers until the 1990s. Many of the spheres display intricate networks of calcite veins radiating from their centers like crystallized lightning. These formations, called septarian nodules, create geometric patterns that seem almost intentionally designed, When the boulders crack naturally due to erosion, they reveal hollow chambers lined with calcite and quartz crystals. The precision of these internal architectures defies explanation through random geological processes. Professor Sarah Williams from the University of Auckland has documented over 200 similar spherical formations scattered throughout New Zealand's North and South Islands. Her 2019 survey revealed that the Moeraki boulders represent only the most famous example of a phenomenon occurring across thousands of square kilometers. The distribution pattern suggests a common origin event, but no geological mechanism can account for such widespread uniform sphere production. The largest documented boulder measured 11 feet in diameter before storm erosion claimed it in 1978. Witnesses described the hollow interior as cathedral-like, with crystalline formations that rang like bells when struck. Local resident Margaret Thompson, who photographed the sphere's destruction, noted that the sound produced by the crystals matched musical tones, specifically, a perfect harmonic sequence spanning 2 octaves. Recent analysis using ground-penetrating radar has detected dozens of additional spheres buried beneath the beach sand and extending under the nearby cliffs. The subsurface formations appear to follow the same alignment patterns as the visible boulders, suggesting that what we see today represents perhaps 10% of the total phenomenon. Dr. Campbell's team estimated that over 500 spheres may lie hidden beneath the shoreline. The timing of the boulder's exposure adds another layer to the mystery. Historical records from European settlement in the 1840s describe the beach as containing only a few visible spheres. Coastal erosion has gradually revealed more over the decades, but the process seems to accelerate during specific weather patterns. Local observers note that spheres emerge most frequently following easterly storms preceded by unusual tidal variations. Chemical analysis reveals that the boulders contain trace elements not found in the surrounding geological formations. Samples show elevated levels of rare earth minerals including yttrium and europium, substances typically associated with deep earth volcanic processes. Yet this coastline shows no evidence of volcanic activity for over 20 million years. The mineral signatures more closely match those found in meteoritic material, though no impact crater has been identified in the region. The perfect spherical nature of many boulders challenges conventional understanding of natural formation processes. Geological concretions typically develop irregular shapes due to variations in sediment density and mineral distribution. The Moeraki spheres maintain remarkable uniformity, with deviation from perfect circles measuring less than 2%, even in the largest specimens. This level of geometric precision approaches what might be expected from artificial manufacturing processes. Dr. Klaus Hendricks, a sedimentologist from Victoria University, has proposed an alternative formation mechanism involving ancient seismic activity. His theory suggests that massive underwater earthquakes could have created pressure waves in the seafloor sediment, generating spherical compression patterns that later crystallized into the boulders. However, computer modeling of the required seismic events produces energy calculations that exceed any known geological phenomenon in New Zealand's recorded history. The spheres continue to emerge from the cliffs at an accelerating rate. Park rangers document new exposures monthly, often revealing specimens that appear freshly formed despite supposedly requiring millions of years to develop. This temporal paradox has led some researchers to propose that the concretion process might still be active, driven by unknown geological forces beneath the coastline. Tourist impact has complicated scientific study of the boulders. The formations appear in thousands of photographs daily, yet detailed documentation of changes over time remains incomplete. Rangers report that some spheres seem to shift position between storm events, though this movement could result from natural erosion patterns, undermining their sandy foundations. At low tide, when the Tasman Sea retreats and exposes the boulder field in its full extent, the formations create an otherworldly landscape that defies easy explanation. Each sphere sits precisely where physics suggests it should roll away, held in place by forces that remain unmeasured and perhaps unmeasurable. The gentle sound of waves washing between the ancient stones carries with it the whispers of questions that science has yet to answer, mysteries that deepen rather than resolve with each passing tide. Al-Ma, the lost city of the Sahara. 3 satellite images from different decades show the same coordinates in the Libyan Sahara. yet each reveals something entirely different beneath the sand. What appears as empty desert in 1987 shows geometric shadows in 2003, then vanishes again by 2019. The location has a name whispered among Tuareg guides, al-Ma. Deep in Libya's endless ocean of sand lies a riddle that shifts with the wind itself. Ground-penetrating radar has detected massive stone foundations here, arranged in patterns that mirror no known Saharan settlement. The structures appear to be partially submerged beneath an ancient lakebed, their upper portions occasionally breaking through the dunes like the ribs of some colossal buried whale. Dr. Elena Rossetti first encountered references to al-Ma while translating Berber oral histories in 2009. The name means mother of water, and the story spoke of a great city that once stood beside a vast inland sea. According to these accounts, the settlement possessed an intricate system of channels and pools, sustaining gardens and fountains in the heart of what is now one of Earth's most arid regions. The geological record supports an extraordinary truth. Much of the Sahara was indeed green just 6,000 years ago. Lake Megachad covered an area larger than the Caspian Sea. Rivers flowed where only sand exists today. But al-Ma presents a puzzle that extends beyond simple climate change. When Rossetti's team finally reached the coordinates in 2011, they found evidence of construction techniques that shouldn't exist in any known North African culture. Massive stone blocks, some weighing over 30 tons, had been fitted together with joints so precise that a knife blade couldn't slip between them. The stones showed no tool marks, no indication of how they were shaped or moved across terrain that was already becoming desert by the time most experts believed they were placed. Carbon dating of organic material found within the stone joints returned impossible results. Some samples dated to 3,500 BCE, others to 8,000 BCE, and a few appeared to be far older. The team ran the tests multiple times, using different laboratories. The dates remained stubbornly inconsistent, as if the city existed across multiple time periods simultaneously. Local Tuareg families speak of al-Ma with a mixture of reverence and unease. They describe it as a place where the boundaries between land and water, past and present, become unclear. Travelers report finding pools of clear, cool water among the ruins during certain seasons, though no surface water exists for hundreds of kilometers in any direction. When researchers return to investigate these reports, they find only dry stone basins filled with sand. The city's layout defies conventional understanding of ancient urban planning. Rather than radiating outward from a central point, al-Ma appears to follow the contours of underground water sources that no longer exist. Its streets curve and spiral in patterns that mirror the flow of vanished rivers, as if the entire settlement was designed to complement a landscape that had already disappeared by the time it was built. Ground-penetrating surveys reveal that much of the city extends downward into what was once the lakebed. Multi-story structures disappear into depths that modern equipment cannot fully penetrate. The buried portions appear to be remarkably well preserved, protected by layers of sediment that created an almost hermetic seal. What makes al-Ma particularly intriguing is its apparent connection to similar aquatic cities mentioned in traditions from around the world. The descriptions match elements found in Plato's accounts of Atlantis, the Mesopotamian references to Dilmun, and the Tamil legends of Kumari Kandam. Each describes a sophisticated civilization intimately connected to water, possessing advanced knowledge of hydraulic engineering, and ultimately lost to environmental catastrophe. Dr. Hassan al-Mahmoud, a hydrologist who joined the research team in 2014, made a discovery that added another layer to the mystery. Deep beneath the visible ruins, echolocation equipment detected vast chambers filled not with sand, but with water. This underground reservoir appears to be connected to the Nubian sandstone aquifer, one of the world's largest fossil water systems. The chambers seem to have been deliberately constructed to access and channel this ancient water source. The engineering required to tap into fossil aquifers with precision suggests a level of geological knowledge that mainstream archaeology doesn't associate with any known ancient African civilization. The builders of al-Ma somehow understood subsurface water flow patterns that modern science has only recently mapped. Physical access to much of the site remains limited by political instability in the region. The few excavations that have been possible revealed artifacts that resist easy classification. Pottery fragments show influences from Mediterranean, Sub-Saharan, and Middle Eastern cultures, yet they're crafted from clay that doesn't match any known regional deposits. Metal objects display alloy compositions that include elements not naturally found in North Africa. Local legends suggest that al-Ma wasn't simply abandoned due to climate change, but was deliberately concealed. The stories tell of priests or keepers who possessed the knowledge to wake the waters or sleep the waters, controlling when the city would be visible or hidden beneath the sand. While this sounds like mythology, the satellite evidence of the site's appearance and disappearance gives these ancient accounts an unsettling credibility. Recent analysis of wind patterns and sand movement in the region supports this possibility. The dunes that cover and uncover al-Ma follow seasonal and cyclical patterns that could, theoretically, be predicted and even influenced by human intervention. Stone windbreaks positioned at specific angles might channel airflow in ways that either expose or bury the ruins on a predictable schedule. As night falls over the Sahara, the silence becomes profound. Standing among the partially exposed foundations of al-Ma, one can almost hear the whisper of ancient waters, the echo of voices from a time when this desert bloomed with life. The stones hold their secrets close, revealing just enough to hint at mysteries that may be far older and more complex than we dare to imagine. The Mother of Water waits beneath her blanket of sand, patient as only stone can be, ready to share her story with those who learn to listen to the language of wind and time. The ruins of Great Zimbabwe. When Cecil Rhodes first heard whispers of massive stone walls rising from the African bush, he refused to believe them. The year was 1890, and European minds couldn't fathom that such architectural mastery could emerge from what they called the Dark Continent. Yet there it stood, nearly 1,000 years of silence carved into granite blocks so perfectly fitted that not even a knife blade could slip between them. Rhodes claimed it for Britain immediately, but the ruins belonged to no colonial power. They predated European presence by centuries. Their builders vanished into time itself. Great Zimbabwe sprawls across 1,800 acres of southeastern Africa, its name meaning houses of stone in the Shona language. The site encompasses 3 distinct areas: the hill complex, perched on a granite outcrop like an ancient watchtower, the great enclosure below, whose walls curve in impossible perfection, and the valley ruins, scattered between them like pieces of a puzzle we've never quite solved. The hill complex draws you first. These ruins cling to natural rock formations 260 feet above the surrounding valley, accessible only through narrow passages that seem designed for defense, or perhaps for ceremony. The path winds between massive boulders that early explorers swore had been placed by human hands, though they weigh hundreds of tons. Local legend speaks of ancestral spirits dwelling in these rocks, and standing among them, you feel the weight of their watching presence. The walls here follow no European architectural tradition. They curve with the natural contours of the granite, creating spaces that feel organic rather than imposed. Some chambers are barely wide enough for a single person. Others open into courtyards where archaeologists have found evidence of ritual fires that burned for decades. The famous soapstone bird sculptures were discovered here, 7 identical figures whose purpose remains debated. They perch eternally on pedestals, their eyes fixed on horizons we can no longer read. Below stretches the Great Enclosure, the largest ancient structure south of the Sahara. Its outer wall forms an ellipse 820 feet in circumference, built from an estimated 1 million granite blocks. The wall rises 36 feet at its highest point, tapering as it climbs in a technique that should have required mathematical precision these builders weren't supposed to possess. No mortar holds these stones together, only gravity and an understanding of physics that challenges our assumptions about medieval African knowledge. Walk along the base of this wall, and your footsteps echo strangely. The acoustic properties were no accident. Sound travels along the curved interior in ways that amplify whispers and carry voices across impossible distances. The builders understood something about resonance that we're only beginning to appreciate. Most mysterious is the conical tower within the enclosure, a solid stone structure, 30 feet high and 16 feet across at the base. It serves no apparent function. No stairs lead to its top, no chambers hide within. Early theories suggested it was a grain silo, a watchtower, a phallic symbol, but the tower reveals nothing. It simply rises, as enigmatic today as when David Livingstone's reports first reached London in the 1870s. The precision of Great Zimbabwe's construction defies easy explanation. The builders quarried granite using a technique called fire setting, heating the rock with flames, then cooling it rapidly with water to create controlled splits. The blocks they produced fit together with tolerances that wouldn't shame modern masons. Some weigh over a ton, yet they were lifted and positioned without wheeled transport or beasts of burden, technologies unavailable in medieval Africa. Carbon dating places Great Zimbabwe's peak between 1200 and 1450 CE, when it housed perhaps 20,000 residents. Archaeological evidence suggests a sophisticated society engaged in long-distance trade. Chinese porcelain mingles with Persian pottery in the excavation layers. Gold artifacts bear the marks of advanced metallurgy. Arab coins from the 14th century prove connections to Indian Ocean commerce networks that spanned continents. Yet the city's rise remains as mysterious as its decline. No written records chronicle its construction. No contemporary accounts describe its rulers. The knowledge required to plan and execute such architecture appears to have emerged fully formed, as if the builders possessed generational wisdom that history has somehow overlooked. Theories abound, but none satisfy completely. Some suggest Great Zimbabwe evolved from earlier Iron Age settlements, developing gradually over centuries. Others propose that skilled craftsmen arrived from established civilizations, bringing architectural techniques that transformed local building traditions. The truth likely combines elements of both indigenous innovation catalyzed by external contact, creating something unprecedented in the African archaeological record. The oral traditions of the Shona people offer tantalizing fragments. They speak of the Razvi dynasty, whose rulers commanded vast territories from these stone halls. They describe ritual ceremonies conducted within the walls, astronomical observations made from elevated platforms, and spiritual practices that connected earthbound rulers to celestial powers. But oral history, however rich, cannot answer the technical questions that Great Zimbabwe poses. Modern analysis reveals details that deepen the mystery. The bird sculptures were carved from a rare soapstone found only in specific quarries 20 miles away, yet they show no tool marks consistent with medieval African technology. The wall foundations extend deep into the granite bedrock, suggesting engineering knowledge that shouldn't have existed in pre-industrial Africa. Some stones show evidence of precise shaping that implies tools or techniques we haven't identified. Climate change may have contributed to Great Zimbabwe's eventual abandonment. Tree ring data suggests severe droughts in the late 15th century, while soil analysis reveals environmental degradation from deforestation and overgrazing. A city that once commanded regional trade networks gradually emptied as its inhabitants dispersed to more sustainable locations. But questions linger in the silence between these walls. How did medieval African builders achieve precision that impresses modern architects? What knowledge systems guided their astronomical alignments and acoustic engineering? Why did such sophisticated construction techniques apparently vanish with the city's decline? Great Zimbabwe stands as proof that our historical assumptions require constant revision. These ruins document achievements that conventional narratives struggle to accommodate, not because the achievements were impossible, but because we've forgotten how much we don't know about the past. The stones keep their secrets well. They rise from African earth like dreams made manifest, their builders' names lost to time, their purpose transformed by centuries into something larger than history, a reminder that human ingenuity has always exceeded our ability to preserve its memory. The Baghdad Battery's ancient electricity. In 1936, Wilhelm König was cataloging artifacts in the basement of the Iraq Museum when his trained eye caught something that shouldn't have existed. Among the ancient pottery and corroded bronze pieces sat what appeared to be a clay jar, roughly the size of a human fist, with a copper cylinder nestled inside and an iron rod suspended through its center. To most observers, it was just another relic from the Parthian period. To König, it looked disturbingly familiar. It looked like a battery. The object had been discovered 2 years earlier during excavations near Baghdad, buried in layers of earth that placed its creation somewhere between 250 BCE and 250 CE. Yet König, an Austrian archaeologist with a background in engineering, recognized the unmistakable configuration of an electrochemical cell. The copper cylinder served as the cathode, the iron rod as the anode, and the clay vessel as the container. All it needed was an electrolyte, and König suspected that acidic wine or vinegar would do the job perfectly. When the artifact was first unearthed from the ruins of Kuyut Rabua, just southeast of Baghdad, the excavation team had classified it among the typical domestic pottery of the era. The Parthian Empire, which controlled this region for nearly 5 centuries, was known for its military prowess and architectural achievements, not for pioneering electrical technology. Yet here was an object that seemed to challenge everything we understood about the technological capabilities of the ancient world. König's initial experiments were modest but revealing. When he filled a replica with grape juice, the device generated a measurable electrical current, roughly half a volt. Not enough to power modern appliances, certainly, but sufficient to demonstrate that someone, nearly 2,000 years ago, had understood the basic principles of electrochemistry that wouldn't be formally recognized by Western science until Alessandro Volta's experiments in 1800. The implications were staggering. If ancient craftsmen had indeed created functioning batteries, what were they using them for? König theorized electroplating, the process of using electrical current to coat objects with thin layers of precious metals. Examination of certain Parthian artifacts revealed gold and silver platings so thin and uniform that modern experts struggle to explain how they could have been achieved without electrical assistance. Dr. Arne Egebrecht of the Römer and Pelizaeus Museum in Hildesheim took König's work further in 1978. Using an exact replica of the Baghdad battery filled with grape juice, his team successfully electroplated a silver figurine with gold in just 2 hours. The coating was microscopically thin, perfectly even, and identical to the mysterious platings found on genuine Parthian artifacts. Yet skepticism runs deep in archaeological circles, and for good reason. Dr. Paul Craddock of the British Museum argues that the object's true purpose remains unclear. The lack of connecting wires, the absence of similar artifacts, and the simple fact that ancient texts contain no references to electrical phenomena all cast doubt on the battery theory. Perhaps, Craddock suggests, these were merely storage vessels for sacred scrolls, with the metal components serving to preserve papyrus from moisture and insects. The debate intensifies when we consider the broader context. Similar objects have been discovered at Seleucia on Tigris and other Parthian sites, suggesting this wasn't an isolated invention. Yet no ancient source describes electrical experiments or applications. No ceramic remnants show evidence of acidic electrolytes. No contemporary artifacts display the telltale signs of electroplating that would prove widespread use of this technology. Dr. Marjorie Senecal, a science historian at Smith College, points to another puzzling aspect, the sophistication gap. If the Parthians had mastered electrochemistry, why do we see no evidence of related electrical innovations? No magnetic experiments, no understanding of current flow, no advancement beyond this single simple cell design. It's as if someone had invented the light bulb without understanding fire. The mystery deepens when we examine the archaeological context more closely. The Baghdad battery was found alongside typical domestic items, cooking pots, oil lamps, everyday tools. If this were indeed a sophisticated technological device, wouldn't we expect to find it in workshops or temples? The mundane context suggests either that electrical technology was surprisingly common, or that we're misinterpreting the object's purpose entirely. Modern testing has revealed additional complexities. When filled with various acidic solutions, replicas produce currents ranging from 0.5 to 2 volts, depending on the electrolyte used. Ancient Baghdad sat at the confluence of major trade routes, providing access to the precise materials needed: copper from Cyprus, iron from Anatolia, and acidic wine from throughout the Mediterranean. The technological knowledge required, however, remains unexplained. Some researchers have proposed that the electrical properties were discovered accidentally, Perhaps a bronze worker noticed strange tingling sensations when handling metal objects contaminated with acidic substances. Perhaps centuries of metalworking experience led to empirical understanding of electrochemical reactions, even without theoretical knowledge of their underlying principles. Dr. Stephanie Daly of Oxford University offers another perspective, that the Baghdad battery represents a convergence of existing technologies rather than a revolutionary breakthrough. Ancient craftsmen already understood chemical reactions from dyeing, metalworking, and medicine. The leap to harnessing those reactions for specific purposes might have been smaller than we imagine, yet questions persist. Why, if this technology existed, didn't it spread throughout the ancient world? Why do Roman, Greek, and Chinese sources contain no references to electrical experiments? Why did the knowledge apparently vanish so completely that it required rediscovery 18 centuries later? The Baghdad battery sits in a climate-controlled case today, its copper cylinder green with age, its iron rod corroded beyond recognition. It guards its secrets quietly, neither confirming nor denying the electrical revolution it may have sparked in the ancient world. Perhaps that's fitting for an artifact that exists at the intersection of archaeology and mystery, where every answer generates deeper questions. Whether battery or storage jar, revolutionary technology or misunderstood relic, this small clay vessel continues to challenge our assumptions about the past. In its silence, it whispers of knowledge gained and lost, of innovations that flickered briefly in the darkness of history before fading into legend. Mohenjo-Daro, the forgotten metropolis. In 1922, British archaeologist Sir John Marshall received a telegram that would rewrite the story of human civilization. His team had unearthed something in the Indus Valley that shouldn't have existed, a city so advanced, so perfectly planned, that it predated Rome by 2,000 years and rivaled anything the ancient world had produced. They called it Mohenjo-Daro, the mound of the dead. But death seems an odd name for a place that pulses with such sophisticated life, even in ruins. The first thing that strikes you about Mohenjo-Daro isn't its age, though at 4,500 years old, it commands respect. It's the precision. Walking through the excavated streets, you're confronted with urban planning that wouldn't seem out of place in a modern city. The main thoroughfares run exactly 9 meters wide, with smaller streets branching off at perfect right angles. Every block follows the same dimensions. Every building aligns with mathematical certainty to the cardinal directions. This wasn't the organic growth of a settlement that expanded over generations. Someone designed this entire city before laying the first brick. The Great Bath stands as perhaps the most enigmatic structure in the complex, a rectangular pool lined with bitumen, surrounded by a series of small rooms and a large hall. No other Indus Valley site contains anything quite like it. The engineering alone defies simple explanation. The builders created a waterproof seal that held for over 4 millennia, using techniques that archaeologists are still trying to fully understand. But the real mystery lies in what the Great Bath represents: religious center, public facility. The Harappan script remains undeciphered, leaving us to read meaning in stone and silence. Dr. Kenyor, one of the leading authorities on Harappan civilization, spent decades examining the city's layout. What he found challenges our assumptions about ancient societies. Every house, from the smallest to the grandest, had access to the same sophisticated drainage system. Private wells served individual buildings. Covered sewers ran beneath the streets, with inspection chambers built at regular intervals for maintenance. The social implications are staggering. Most ancient cities showed clear hierarchical divisions: palatial districts for rulers, cramped quarters for workers. Mohenjo-Daro suggests something different. While houses varied in size, the distribution of amenities seems almost egalitarian. No temples dominate the skyline. No royal tombs announce the power of kings. The largest structures appear to be public buildings, granaries, assembly halls, the mysterious Great Bath itself. Either the Harappans practiced a form of governance we barely recognize, or we're missing something fundamental about how their society operated. The artifacts tell equally puzzling stories. The famous dancing girl bronze, with her confident pose and intricate jewelry, speaks of artistic sophistication and cultural refinement. Seals bearing undeciphered script suggest extensive trade networks spanning from Afghanistan to Gujarat. Standardized weights and measures point to economic systems of remarkable complexity. Yet among thousands of artifacts, weapons remain notably scarce. Fortifications are minimal. The archaeological record suggests a civilization that thrived for nearly 1,000 years without the constant warfare that marked most ancient societies. Either they achieved something approaching peace, or their methods of conflict resolution left no trace in stone and bronze. The mystery deepens when you examine the smaller details. The city's bricks follow a standardized ratio, 4:1, found across the entire Indus Valley civilization, from Harappa in the north to Dholavira in the south. This wasn't local building tradition. It was a standard maintained across hundreds of miles and numerous settlements. Some form of central authority or shared cultural practice governed construction techniques with unprecedented consistency. Drainage systems in individual houses connect to the main sewers through carefully designed traps that prevented backflow and controlled odors. Bathroom floors sloped precisely toward drains. Private wells were lined with wedge-shaped bricks that distributed pressure evenly, preventing collapse. These aren't innovations you'd expect from a civilization we supposedly know so little about. They suggest hydraulic engineering knowledge that rivals Roman achievement, implemented with a thoroughness that surpasses it. But then comes the silence. Sometime around 1900 BCE, Mohenjo-Daro began to decline. The reasons remain opaque. Climate change might have altered the course of rivers that fed the city's agriculture. Tectonic activity could have disrupted water systems. Trade routes might have shifted, draining economic vitality from the region. What we know for certain is that the end came gradually. No evidence of sudden destruction, no signs of invasion or catastrophe. The city simply, people abandoned their sophisticated homes, their precisely planned neighborhoods, their engineering marvels. They left behind no great monuments proclaiming their achievements, no boastful inscriptions recording their conquests. The Harappan script, found on hundreds of seals and tablets, remains stubbornly unreadable despite decades of scholarly effort. We can identify their city planning, analyze their technology, marvel at their urban sophistication, but we can't hear their voices. Modern Mohenjo-Daro faces its own challenges. Rising groundwater threatens the ancient bricks, salt crystallization slowly erodes the walls, tourism and development pressure the site from all directions. The same forces that claimed the ancient city work patiently on the ruins. Perhaps that's fitting. The Harappans built for permanence but couldn't escape impermanence. Their careful planning, their precise engineering, their apparent social harmony, all of it dissolved into silence, preserved now only in the discipline of archaeology and the stubborn endurance of baked brick. Standing in the ruins at sunset, when the tour groups have departed and the day's heat begins to lift, you can almost sense the weight of unasked questions. What language did they speak as they walked these streets? What gods, if any, did they honor in their strangely templeless city? What dreams and fears filled the minds that conceived such methodical perfection? The silence doesn't answer. It simply deepens, carrying the mystery of Mohenjo-Daro into another night, another century of wondering. The dead city keeps its secrets, and in its dust, time stands perfectly still. Sigiriya, the fortress in the sky, rising from the plains of central Sri Lanka, a granite monolith pierces the sky, like a stone needle threading through clouds. Sigiriya stands 200 meters above the surrounding jungle, its sheer walls catching the first light of dawn and the last whispers of dusk. But this isn't merely a rock formation shaped by geological forces over millennia. This is architecture that defies gravity, engineering that challenges our understanding of 5th century capabilities, and artistry that speaks in voices we're still learning to hear. When British archaeologist H.C. Hisfamiels we're still learning to hear. P. Bell first documented Sigiriya in 1907, he found something that shouldn't have existed: terraced gardens carved into living rock, water systems that still function after 15 centuries, frescoes painted on a vertical cliff face that required scaffolding techniques we can barely comprehend. The official story speaks of King Kashyapa, who ruled from 477 to 495 CE, transforming this natural fortress into a royal citadel. Yet the deeper you climb into Sigiria's mysteries, the more questions multiply like morning mist. The ascent begins at the base, where symmetrical gardens stretch in perfect geometric patterns. These aren't the organic, flowing designs typical of ancient landscaping. They're precise, mathematical. The water gardens operate on principles of hydraulic engineering that wouldn't appear in European texts for another 1,000 years. Pools reflect the sky in calculated angles. Fountains still function during monsoon seasons, drawing water through channels carved directly into bedrock. Dr. Sanake Bandaranayake, who spent decades studying Sigiria's archaeological layers, noted something peculiar in his 1984 survey. The site shows evidence of continuous habitation stretching back nearly 7,000 years. Cave shelters at the base contain drip ledges carved with surgical precision, creating natural air conditioning systems that maintain constant temperatures regardless of external weather. These weren't primitive dwellings. They were engineered spaces that demonstrate an understanding of physics that formal science attributes to much later periods. Halfway up the rock face, you encounter the mirror wall. For centuries, visitors have inscribed their thoughts on this polished surface, creating what scholars consider the world's oldest graffiti collection. But the wall itself presents a mystery that materials science hasn't fully explained. The plaster achieves a mirror-like finish using techniques that produce results superior to many modern polishing methods. Chemical analysis reveals a composition that includes unusual mineral combinations not found in local geological surveys. The real enigma begins with the frescoes. 21 paintings survive from what historical accounts suggest were originally over 500 figures covering the entire western wall. These aren't crude ancient art. The techniques display understanding of perspective, light manipulation, and pigment chemistry that creates colors still vibrant after 15 centuries of monsoon exposure. The women depicted, sometimes called celestial maidens, wear jewelry and clothing that doesn't match any known Sri Lankan cultural traditions of the 5th century. Professor Raja De Silva, former Director General of Archaeology for Sri Lanka, made an observation in 1982 that still puzzles experts. The frescoes show knowledge of artistic techniques that didn't officially reach Sri Lanka until Portuguese contact in the 16th century. The shading methods, the treatment of fabric textures, the sophisticated understanding of human anatomy, these elements suggest either contact with artistic traditions from distant civilizations or indigenous knowledge that surpassed contemporary standards elsewhere in the world. The lion platform transforms mystery into impossibility. Here, carved paws and the remains of a massive lion's head create a gateway that visitors must pass through to reach the summit. The engineering required to carve these features into a vertical cliff face, hundreds of meters above ground level, challenges practical understanding. What tools could achieve such precision at such heights? What scaffolding systems could support the weight of workers and materials? The logistics alone suggest capabilities that formal history doesn't attribute to 5th century Sri Lankan civilization. Archaeological evidence indicates the lion head was originally complete, creating the illusion that visitors were entering through the beast's mouth. Dutch explorer Robert Knox, writing in 1681, described seeing more of the lion structure intact than survives today. His accounts suggest the original construction was even more elaborate and even more impossible to explain using conventional understanding of ancient building techniques. The summit reveals the final layer of Sigiria's impossible nature. The royal palace foundations show evidence of multi-story construction using building techniques that distribute weight across the rocky surface with mathematical precision. The site includes a sophisticated drainage system that channels monsoon rainwater through carefully calculated channels, preventing erosion while maintaining structural integrity. These aren't lucky guesses about engineering. They demonstrate understanding of load-bearing calculations, water flow dynamics, and geological stress factors. Most puzzling are the throne rooms carved directly from living rock. The precision cutting required to create these spaces from solid granite, using 5th century tools, pushes against the boundaries of practical possibility. The surfaces show tool marks that microscopic analysis can't definitively match to any known implements from the period. Some cuts appear almost machine-like in their consistency and depth. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified additional chambers within the rock that remain inaccessible. These spaces appear to be naturally formed caves that were modified and incorporated into the overall design, but the modification patterns suggest knowledge of the internal rock structure that would require survey techniques not available to ancient builders. Sigiriya challenges more than archaeological timelines. It questions our assumptions about the progression of human knowledge. The site demonstrates capabilities that emerge fully formed, without the gradual development typical of technological advancement. It's as if the builders possessed understanding that appeared suddenly, created something extraordinary, then disappeared without leaving clear traces of how such knowledge was acquired or applied. Standing on Sigiriya's summit as clouds drift past at eye level, you're not just experiencing ancient architecture, you're witnessing evidence of human potential that official history hasn't fully acknowledged. The fortress in the sky remains a testament to capabilities that hover just beyond our current understanding, suspended between earth and heaven like the mystery itself. Each stone whispers questions that echo across 15 centuries, carrying secrets in the wind that still swirls around this impossible place carved from sky and stone. The ancient lighthouse of Pharos. When the last stone of Alexandria's great tower disappeared beneath the Mediterranean's waves in the 14th century, humanity lost more than a lighthouse. We lost the final witness to engineering methods that modern science still struggles to decode. For 16 centuries, the Pharos of Alexandria guided ships through treacherous waters with a light so powerful that ancient accounts claim it could be seen from 35 miles at sea. Yet no lighthouse built with today's technology has ever matched that range. The brightest modern beacon reaches perhaps 25 miles on the clearest night. How did ancient engineers, working without electricity, without advanced optics, without any of our sophisticated tools, create something that outperformed our best efforts by nearly 50%? The lighthouse rose approximately 450 feet above the harbor, taller than the Statue of Liberty, constructed entirely of limestone blocks fitted with a precision that left no gaps for mortar in many sections. Arab historians who saw it in its final centuries described a structure so mathematically perfect that its proportions seemed to defy the architectural knowledge of its time. The base was square, the middle section octagonal, the top cylindrical, a geometric progression that modern engineers recognize as optimal for both structural stability and wind resistance. Yet this design predates our understanding of aerodynamics by nearly 2 millennia. But the real mystery lived at the top. Ancient sources describe a mirror system that could focus sunlight during the day and firelight at night into a beam visible beyond the horizon's curve. Roman writers spoke of polished metal surfaces arranged in configurations that somehow amplified light far beyond what simple reflection should achieve. Some accounts suggest the lighthouse could project its beam in specific directions, sweeping the sea like a modern rotating beacon. The mathematics required for such focused light manipulation weren't formally developed until the Renaissance. In 956 CE, the Arab geographer al-Masudi recorded something even more intriguing. He described climbing to the lighthouse's summit and observing what he called the glass that shows distant ships. Arabic texts from the period refer to a transparent device installed in the beacon chamber that allowed operators to spot approaching vessels long before they appeared on the natural horizon. The descriptions match what we would now call a telescope, yet this was 7 centuries before the first confirmed European telescope appeared in Holland. Al-Masudi's account includes technical details that modern optics experts find remarkably sophisticated. He mentions curved glass elements, precise alignment mechanisms, and even what sounds like adjustable magnification. If accurate, this would mean Islamic engineers had developed telescopic technology that wouldn't be reinvented in Europe until 1608. But Alexandria's lighthouse had been operating with this supposed device for over 600 years by al-Masudi's time. Who created it? How did they understand the principles of curved lens refraction centuries before those principles were formally discovered? The lighthouse's construction methods present equally puzzling questions. Medieval chroniclers describe foundation stones weighing over 75 tons, raised to heights that challenge modern crane capabilities. Unlike other ancient monuments where we can at least theorize about ramp systems and leverage techniques, the Pharos was built on a small island with limited space for traditional construction approaches. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed foundation blocks still in place beneath Alexandria's harbor. These stones show drill marks and fitting techniques that don't match any tools known to exist in Ptolemaic Egypt. The precision cuts suggest rotary drilling with metal bits harder than the limestone itself, but the circular holes are too perfect, too consistent in diameter, to have been made with hand-powered equipment. Some show spiral scoring patterns that indicate high-speed rotation. Metallurgical analysis of metal fragments found in the drill holes reveals steel alloys that Egyptian blacksmiths weren't supposed to possess for another several centuries. Even more mysterious are the lighthouse's reported secondary functions. Byzantine accounts describe the Pharos as serving not just navigation, but communication, somehow sending messages to ships at sea through variations in its light patterns. The texts suggest a systematic code using beam intensity and duration to convey complex information. This would essentially be optical telegraphy, a technology usually credited to 18th century French engineers. Yet the lighthouse appears to have been using similar principles over 1,000 years earlier. The mirror system itself defied several attempts at reconstruction by medieval engineers. When earthquakes damaged the original mechanism in the 10th century, Muslim engineers tried repeatedly to rebuild the focusing apparatus. Contemporary sources indicate these efforts failed repeatedly. The replacement mirrors couldn't achieve the range or precision of the original installation. Eventually, the lighthouse operators gave up on recreating the ancient system and settled for a conventional fire beacon. The light's range immediately dropped to less than half the original distance. What knowledge died with those original mirrors? Modern attempts to recreate ancient lighthouse technology using period-appropriate materials have never matched the performance levels described in historical accounts. Even when we cheat slightly and use modern metallurgy to create better reflective surfaces, we can't achieve the focusing precision that ancient sources credit to the Pharos. Recent computer modeling of the lighthouse's optical system has raised more questions than it answers. The mirror arrangements described in Arabic sources would require mathematical understanding of parabolic reflection that wasn't formally developed until the work of Islamic mathematicians in the 11th century. Yet the lighthouse was already using these principles when it was built in the 3rd century BCE. Someone understood the geometric relationship between curved mirrors and focused light 8 centuries before the math to describe it was written down. The Pharos vanished incrementally, claimed by earthquakes and time rather than sudden catastrophe. Each fallen stone took irreplaceable secrets with it into the Mediterranean depths. By the time Renaissance scholars developed the scientific methods to properly study its mechanisms, nothing remained but Arabic manuscripts describing wonders that later engineers couldn't reproduce. Somewhere beneath Alexandria's modern harbor, among the tumbled blocks of the ancient world's most sophisticated lighthouse, lie the fragments of technologies we've apparently forgotten and rediscovered multiple times throughout history. The sea keeps these secrets now, along with the answer to how ancient engineers created light that could guide travelers home across impossible distances. Nabta Playa, the desert stone calendar. 7,000 years before humans arranged the first stones at Stonehenge, nomadic peoples in the Egyptian desert were already mapping the cosmos above their heads with startling precision. The stone circle at Nabta Playa shouldn't exist according to conventional archaeology. Yet there it stands, or stood, in the Nubian desert, challenging everything we thought we knew about the intellectual capabilities of Neolithic civilizations. When astrophysicist Thomas Brophy first analyzed the site's stellar alignments, he discovered something that made him question his own calculations. The arrangement wasn't just pointing to stars, it was tracking their movements across millennia with mathematical sophistication that rivals modern observatories. We're talking about hunter-gatherers who supposedly lacked writing, metallurgy, or permanent settlements, yet somehow encoded complex astronomical data into a stone monument that functions as both calendar and star map. The site sits roughly 60 miles west of Abu Simbel, in what is now one of Earth's most desolate landscapes. But 9,000 years ago, this region pulsed with life. Seasonal monsoons had transformed the Sahara into savanna, dotted with lakes that attracted migrating peoples and their cattle. These weren't the stereotypical primitive nomads of popular imagination. Archaeological evidence suggests they possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy, geometry, and perhaps most remarkably, an understanding of precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes 26,000 years to complete one cycle. The central stone circle measures just 12 feet across, deceptively modest compared to its European counterparts. But size means nothing when precision is involved. The stones align with the cardinal directions so accurately that researchers initially suspected modern interference. They don't. Dating techniques confirm these megaliths were positioned around 4,800 BCE, making Nabta Playa potentially the world's oldest astronomical observatory. Dr. Kim Malville of the University of Colorado spent years documenting the site's alignments. His findings read like science fiction. The circle's sightlines track the summer solstice sunrise with mathematical precision. Stone slabs arranged inside the circle correspond to star positions from thousands of years ago, not as they appeared when the monument was built, but as they would have appeared during earlier epochs, suggesting the builders possessed detailed records of celestial movements spanning generations. But here's where conventional archaeology breaks down entirely. The monument includes a complex of secondary stones arranged in patterns that mirror the constellation Orion, not as it appeared in 4,800 BCE, but as it would have looked around 6,400 BCE. This implies either that the site commemorates much earlier astronomical observations, or that its builders possessed predictive models of stellar mechanics that shouldn't have been possible for another 5 millennia. The mathematics involved stagger modern researchers. Brophy's analysis revealed that the stone positions encode not just stellar coordinates, but actual distances to certain stars, scaled down by a factor that demonstrates sophisticated understanding of cosmic proportions. The builders somehow knew that the bright star Vega lies 25 light-years from Earth, information that wasn't confirmed by modern astronomy until the 20th century. Fred Wendorf, the archaeologist who first excavated Nabta Playa in the 1970s, initially dismissed suggestions of astronomical significance. The evidence gradually changed his mind. Pottery fragments found at the site bear geometric patterns that correspond to lunar phases. Cattle remains show evidence of seasonal sacrifice timed to astronomical events. Most compelling of all, underground chambers beneath the monument contain shaped stones that appear to represent celestial bodies, arranged in three-dimensional models of stellar relationships. Carbon dating reveals the site was occupied intermittently for over 1,500 years, suggesting multiple generations refined and expanded the astronomical observations. This wasn't a one-time achievement, but a sustained scientific project spanning dozens of human lifetimes. The commitment required implies a level of cultural organization and knowledge preservation that challenges basic assumptions about Neolithic societies. The mystery deepens when you consider the site's eventual abandonment. Around 3,300 BCE, as the Sahara's climate shifted toward today's aridity, the builders simply vanished. But they didn't abandon their astronomical knowledge. Researchers have identified similar star mapping techniques in later Egyptian monuments, suggesting the Nabta Playa astronomers migrated eastward to the Nile Valley, carrying their celestial observations with them. This connection to dynastic Egypt opens another puzzle entirely. The builders of Nabta Playa demonstrated mastery of astronomical concepts that wouldn't appear in official Egyptian records for another 2,000 years. Did these desert astronomers provide the intellectual foundation for the pyramid builders? The alignment between Nabta Playa's stellar mappings and the Giza complex suggests more than coincidence. Modern satellite imagery has revealed additional stone structures scattered across the surrounding desert, most still unexcavated. Ground-penetrating radar indicates complex underground installations that may contain preserved records of the builders' astronomical work. Egyptian authorities have restricted access to these sites, citing security concerns, leaving crucial questions unanswered. The precision of Nabta Playa's alignments continues to challenge archaeological orthodoxy. These weren't agricultural peoples who happened to notice bright stars. They were systematic observers who understood concepts like stellar parallax, precession cycles, and galactic mechanics. They encoded this knowledge into monuments designed to preserve their discoveries across geological timescales. Standing among those ancient stones, what remains of them, you're confronted by the humbling realization that human intellectual achievement extends far deeper into prehistory than we've been taught. The desert silence carries whispers of sophisticated minds who mapped infinity with nothing but stone, shadow, and an unquenchable curiosity about the cosmos turning overhead. The wind across Nabta Playa still moves with the rhythm of ancient observations, as if the stones remember their purpose even after millennia of abandonment. In that endless quiet, you begin to sense how much we've forgotten about who we used to be and what we once understood about our place among the stars. The underground labyrinth of Chavin, deep beneath the Cordillera Blanca of Peru, where highland winds carry the scent of ancient stone, archaeologists discovered something that defied every assumption about pre-Columbian engineering. The tunnels they found weren't just passages, they were an acoustic labyrinth so sophisticated that modern architects still struggle to understand its design principles. When Luis Lumbreras first descended into the underground chambers of Chavin de Huantar in the 1960s, he expected to find storage rooms, perhaps burial chambers. What he encountered instead was a three-dimensional puzzle that seemed to bend sound itself. The tunnels didn't follow logical patterns. They curved and twisted through the temple's foundation, like the chambers of an enormous ear, each corridor precisely angled to capture, amplify, and redirect sound in ways that shouldn't have been possible for a civilization that supposedly lacked advanced mathematical knowledge. The Chavin culture flourished between 900 and 200 BCE, long before the Inca Empire cast its shadow across the Andes. Yet their understanding of acoustics rivals anything we've achieved with modern technology. Stand in the gallery of the Lanzon, the deepest chamber of the complex, and whisper toward one of the carved stone channels. Your voice will emerge, amplified and distorted, from openings scattered throughout the temple above. Speak louder, and the effect becomes otherworldly. Your words seem to emanate from the stones themselves, as if the mountain had found its voice. Dr. Miriam Kolar spent over a decade studying these acoustic properties, measuring sound frequencies, and mapping the labyrinth's audio characteristics. Her findings read like something from a science fiction novel. The tunnels create what she calls managed acoustic environments, spaces where specific frequencies are enhanced while others are filtered out. The builders didn't just stumble upon these effects, they engineered them with mathematical precision we're only beginning to appreciate. The stone channels, called ventilation ducts by early archaeologists, serve a dual purpose that speaks to an understanding of physics that shouldn't have existed 3,000 years ago. They do move air through the complex, preventing the underground chambers from becoming stagnant tombs, but they also function as a hydraulophone, a massive stone instrument that transforms the movement of air and water into haunting melodies that drift through the tunnels like the breath of sleeping gods. Recent analysis using ground-penetrating radar revealed that the known tunnels represent only a fraction of the underground network. The imaging detected void spaces extending far beyond the mapped passages, suggesting a labyrinth of unprecedented complexity. Some of these chambers remain sealed, their contents and purpose lost to time. Others connect to natural cave systems that may have been incorporated into the design, blending human engineering with the mountain's own hidden geography. The builders left no written records, no blueprints, no indication of how they achieved such acoustic mastery. The Chavin had no wheel technology, no iron tools, no mathematical notation system that we've been able to identify. Yet they carved these tunnels through solid granite with tolerances measured in millimeters, creating resonance chambers that would challenge modern sound engineers. Archaeological evidence suggests the labyrinth served as the ceremonial heart of a religious complex that drew pilgrims from across ancient Peru. Pottery fragments found in the deeper chambers contain traces of psychoactive compounds, likely San Pedro cactus and other plants known for their hallucinogenic properties. Combined with the disorienting acoustic effects, these substances would have created powerful spiritual experiences for those who descended into the mountain's embrace. The deepest chamber houses the Lanzon, a 15-foot granite monolith carved with intricate designs that seem to shift and writhe in flickering torchlight. Anthropologists believe this carved deity was the focal point of Chavin religious practices, but the stone's acoustic properties suggest it served a more complex purpose. Strike the Lanzon at specific points, and it resonates like a bell, sending frequencies through the surrounding chambers that can be felt as much as heard. These vibrations travel through the stone floor, through the walls, through the very bones of anyone standing within the labyrinth. Modern visitors to Chavin often report unsettling experiences in the underground passages. The acoustic effects create phantom sounds, footsteps that echo from empty corridors, voices that seem to whisper from the walls themselves. Electromagnetic readings in the deeper chambers show unusual fluctuations that don't correspond to any known geological phenomena. Sensitive individuals report feelings of vertigo, temporal disorientation, and in some cases, vivid hallucinations that persist long after they return to the surface. Temperature measurements reveal anomalies that physics can't readily explain. Some chambers maintain consistent temperatures year-round, regardless of surface conditions. Others show temperature variations that seem to follow patterns unrelated to weather or seasonal changes. The stone itself appears to store and release thermal energy in ways that suggest a deeper understanding of the material's properties than we typically associate with ancient cultures. Water plays a crucial role in the labyrinth's design, flowing through carved channels that follow the same meandering patterns as the air ducts. During Peru's rainy season, this water system creates an underground symphony, a constant backdrop of flowing liquid that harmonizes with the wind moving through the passages. The builders positioned these water channels to create specific acoustic effects, using the liquid's movement to modulate and enhance the sounds produced by human voices and ritual activities. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence that the labyrinth underwent multiple construction phases, each adding layers of complexity to the acoustic design. Carbon dating suggests the project spanned several centuries, with successive generations of builders refining and expanding the underground network. This long-term commitment to acoustic perfection implies a sophisticated understanding of sound that was passed down through generations of master craftsmen whose techniques died with them. The Chavin civilization vanished around 200 BCE, leaving behind only their stone legacy and unanswered questions. The labyrinth they carved beneath the Andes continues to generate acoustic phenomena that modern science struggles to fully explain. Their engineering achievement stands as a testament to human capabilities we've forgotten, knowledge that disappeared into the mountain's shadows along with the people who possessed it. In the deepest chambers, where ancient voices once echoed through carefully crafted stone, silence now reigns. Yet sometimes, in the absolute quiet of the underground dark, visitors report hearing something more, whispers that seem to emerge from the granite itself, carrying messages in a language that predates memory. The Long Yu Caves, an underground enigma. In 1992, a farmer in Zhejiang province made a decision that would rewrite archaeological textbooks. Wu Anai had grown tired of the endless expense of pumping water from what locals had always assumed were natural ponds scattered across his village of Xi'an Beikun. For generations, 17 mysterious pools had dotted this unremarkable corner of eastern China, their dark waters reflecting nothing but sky and the occasional passing cloud. Wu Anai's water pump descended into the murky depths of the largest pool, drawing up the accumulated water of centuries. As the liquid level dropped, something emerged that defied every assumption about this quiet agricultural region. Walls, carved walls of dressed stone, rising from what should have been a muddy pond bottom. The water revealed not a natural depression, but the flooded entrance to something far more extraordinary. What Wu had uncovered was the mouth of an artificial cavern, its entrance deliberately flooded and forgotten. But this was no ordinary cave. The walls showed clear evidence of human craftsmanship, carved with precision from solid siltstone bedrock. As archaeologists arrived and the pumping continued, the true scope of Wu's discovery became apparent. This wasn't just one cave. It was part of a vast underground complex that would challenge everything historians thought they knew about ancient Chinese engineering. The Long Yu Caves, as they came to be known, represent one of the most perplexing archaeological discoveries of the modern era. 24 artificial caverns have been identified so far, each one meticulously carved from solid rock. The scale of the undertaking staggers the imagination. The largest chamber, designated Cave 1, spans over 2,000 square meters and reaches heights of nearly 10 meters. Its floor area rivals that of a modern aircraft hangar. Yet every cubic meter was excavated by hand from living stone. The precision of the carving suggests a level of planning and execution that challenges conventional understanding of ancient capabilities. The walls follow consistent angles. The ceiling maintains uniform height across vast spans, and the stone pillars supporting each chamber show evidence of mathematical calculation rather than random placement. Tool marks still visible on the walls indicate the use of consistent techniques across the entire complex, suggesting either a remarkably disciplined workforce or construction methods that have been lost to history. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the caves places their construction sometime during the Warring States period, roughly 2,500 years ago. This timing raises profound questions about the civilization responsible for their creation. The Warring States era was indeed a period of remarkable innovation in Chinese history, but undertaking a project of this magnitude would have required resources and organizational capabilities that seem to exceed what historical records suggest was available to local rulers of the region. The purpose of these caves remains entirely mysterious. Unlike other ancient underground complexes found around the world, the Longyu caves show no clear evidence of habitation, storage, or religious function. They contain no altars, no living quarters, no storage alcoves that might indicate their use as granaries or armories. The chambers are essentially empty spaces, carved with enormous effort, and then apparently abandoned. What makes their purpose even more puzzling is their relationship to the local geography. The caves are positioned in a deliberate pattern across the landscape, with careful spacing that seems to follow an underlying logic. Some researchers have noted that their locations correspond to feng shui principles, while others point to possible astronomical alignments. The flooded entrances suggest that concealment was part of their original design, raising questions about why such magnificent engineering would be deliberately hidden. The technical achievement represented by the Longyu caves cannot be overstated. Engineers estimate that excavating these chambers would have required the removal of approximately 1 million cubic meters of solid rock. The stone removed from the caves has never been found, despite extensive searches of the surrounding area. This missing material represents another layer of the mystery. Where did such an enormous quantity of carved stone go? Was it used in construction projects that have since been lost to time? Was it somehow dispersed across the landscape in a way that has obscured its origin? The caves show evidence of sophisticated engineering solutions to the challenges of underground construction. Ventilation systems ensure air circulation throughout the complex. Drainage channels prevent flooding from groundwater. The structural supports show clear understanding of load distribution and geological stability. These are not the work of inexperienced diggers, but of master engineers working with advanced knowledge of excavation and construction principles. Recent geological surveys have revealed that the caves extend far beyond the chambers currently accessible to researchers. Ground-penetrating radar indicates the presence of additional voids beneath the surrounding farmland, suggesting that the Longyu complex may be even larger than currently known. Some geologists estimate that dozens of additional chambers may exist, still flooded or filled with debris from centuries of abandonment. What truly sets the Longyu caves apart from other archaeological mysteries is their complete absence from historical records. Despite their enormous scale and the massive effort required for their construction, no Chinese historical text makes any reference to their existence. This silence in the historical record is particularly puzzling given the relatively recent period of their construction and the detailed record-keeping traditions of ancient Chinese civilization. Local folklore contains no stories about the caves, no legends that might provide clues to their origin or purpose. The flooded pools appeared in no historical maps or geographical surveys until WU's accidental discovery brought them to modern attention. It's as if an entire civilization's greatest engineering project was erased from collective memory. The Longyu caves continue to yield new questions with each season of research. They stand as monuments to human capability and ambition, yet their purpose remains locked in stone and silence. In these carved chambers beneath the Chinese countryside, we encounter a mystery that spans millennia, a testament to the persistence of the unknown in our modern world. The dark waters have been pumped away, but the deeper mysteries of Longyu remain as opaque as ever. The Olmec heads, stone faces of the ancients. When archaeologist Matthew Stirling first gazed upon the colossal stone head emerging from the jungle floor in 1938, he couldn't have known he was looking at a face carved more than 2 millennia before Columbus would ever dream of sailing west. The basalt features stared back at him with an expression both serene and unsettling, a silent guardian that had watched over the Mexican landscape since before Christ walked the earth. These are the Olmec heads of Mesoamerica, and after nearly a century of study, we still cannot definitively answer the most basic questions about them. Who carved these monuments? What tools could have shaped stone so hard that modern chisels struggle against it? And perhaps most puzzling of all, why do some of these ancient American sculptures bear facial features that appear distinctly African? 17 colossal heads have been discovered so far, scattered across the Mexican states of Veracruz and Tabasco. Each one weighs between 6 and 50 tons, each one carved from a single block of basalt. The nearest quarries lie 60 miles away through terrain that would challenge modern machinery. Yet somehow these massive stones were transported, shaped, and positioned with a precision that speaks to engineering capabilities we barely understand. The Olmec civilization flourished from roughly 1400 to 400 BCE, making them the mother culture of Mesoamerica. They gave us the concept of zero, the first calendar systems, and urban planning that wouldn't be seen again in the Americas for centuries. But it's these heads, these patient watching faces, that capture our imagination most completely. Dr. Ann Cyphers has spent decades excavating Olmec sites, and she describes the moment of uncovering a new head as profoundly unsettling. They emerge from the earth like sleeping giants awakening, she wrote in her field notes. There's something in their expression, as if they're remembering something we've forgotten. The craftsmanship defies easy explanation. Basalt ranks between 6 and 7 on the Mohs hardness scale, harder than steel. Modern sculptors working with basalt require diamond-tipped tools and pneumatic hammers. The Olmec had copper, obsidian, and wood, yet the surface finish on these heads rivals work produced in the finest studios today. The details are extraordinary: individual braids in complex headdresses, subtle asymmetries that make each face distinctly human, expressions that seem to shift depending on the angle of viewing. But it's not just the technical mastery that puzzles researchers, it's the faces themselves. In 1975, when National Geographic published high-resolution photographs of the heads, something unexpected happened. Letters poured in from readers around the world, many from Africa. The facial features, the broad noses, full lips, the particular shape of the eyes, struck them as unmistakably African in character. This observation sparked decades of heated academic debate that continues today. Dr. Ivan van Sertima, a Rutgers professor, spent years documenting what he saw as clear evidence of African contact with the Americas long before Columbus. He pointed to the heads, but also to African plants found in pre-Columbian America, similar religious practices, and shared mythological themes. His theories were met with fierce resistance from the archaeological establishment, yet the questions he raised have never been satisfactorily answered. Orthodox archaeology maintains that the facial features reflect indigenous Mexican populations of the time. Dr. Richard Deal, who led several Olmec excavations, argues that we're seeing artistic conventions rather than ethnic representation. These are likely portraits of rulers, he explains, stylized according to Olmec aesthetic preferences that emphasized certain facial characteristics. Yet this explanation struggles against the sheer diversity of features represented across the 17 heads. Some appear distinctly indigenous, others seem to show different ethnic influences entirely. One head discovered at La Cobata displays features so different from the others that it sparked its own subsidiary mystery. The positioning of the heads adds another layer to the puzzle. They weren't randomly placed, each sits at specific ceremonial sites, often marking astronomically significant alignments. The head at San Lorenzo faces the sunset on the winter solstice. Another at La Venta aligns with the rising of Venus. These massive stones served as more than art. They were components in a sophisticated system of timekeeping and celestial observation. Carbon dating places the heads between 1200 and 900 BCE, but recent findings have complicated even this basic timeline. In 2006, road construction near Veracruz uncovered stone carvings that appeared to be even older, pushing the Olmec civilization back several centuries and raising new questions about when and how these monumental works were created. Perhaps most mysteriously, several of the heads show signs of having been deliberately buried by the Olmec themselves. The head at La Cobata, was found beneath layers of carefully placed stones and earth, as if it had been intentionally hidden. Others show evidence of ritual defacement before burial, specific features chiseled away in what appears to be ceremonial destruction. Dr. Christopher Poole, who has studied Olmec culture for over 2 decades, suggests these burial patterns indicate a complex relationship with ancestral power. They may have believed these heads contain the spirits of deceased rulers, he theorizes. The burial might represent a transition, moving these spirits from the world of the living to their proper place in the underworld. The mystery deepens when you consider the sudden disappearance of the Olmec civilization around 400 BCE. Unlike other Mesoamerican cultures that left clear archaeological evidence of conquest or gradual decline, the Olmecs seem to have simply vanished. Their cities were abandoned, their trade networks dissolved, their artistic traditions ended abruptly. Only the heads remained, silent witnesses to whatever catastrophe or transformation ended their world. Recent advances in ground-penetrating radar suggest we've found only a fraction of what lies beneath the Mexican jungle. Anomalous readings indicate the presence of much larger structures, possibly entire cities, still buried and waiting. Each new discovery has the potential to rewrite our understanding, not just of the Olmec, but of the entire prehistory of the Americas. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, consider these patient guardians, still watching over landscapes their creators knew intimately. What did they see as empires rose and fell around them? What secrets do those stone faces keep, carved with such care, by hands that new techniques were still struggling to understand? The heads remain, weathering time and weather, holding their silence like a sacred trust. The forgotten ruins of Catalhoyuk. When archaeologists first glimpsed the honeycomb of mud brick rooms buried beneath the Turkish plains in 1958, they uncovered something that defied every assumption about early human civilization. Catalhoyuk wasn't just ancient, it was impossibly sophisticated for its time, challenging the very timeline of human development. 9,000 years ago, when most of human society consisted of scattered hunter-gatherer bands, this settlement housed up to 8,000 people in an urban complexity that shouldn't have existed for millennia. The site sprawls across 34 acres of the Anatolian Plateau, layer upon layer of human habitation stacked like pages in a book that rewrites our understanding of the Neolithic world. James Mellowart, the British archaeologist who first excavated Catalhoyuk, spent decades trying to make sense of what he'd found. The houses themselves presented the first puzzle. Built without streets or conventional entrances, residents accessed their homes through openings in the roof, climbing down wooden ladders into their living spaces. The entire settlement formed a continuous mass of interconnected structures, creating what researchers now describe as the world's first apartment complex. But the mysteries deepened with every excavation season. The walls inside these ancient homes bore elaborate murals depicting scenes that archaeologists struggle to interpret even today. Massive aurochs, wild cattle with horns spanning 6 feet, stampede across painted surfaces alongside leopards, vultures, and geometric patterns whose meanings remain locked in prehistory. The artistic sophistication rivals work produced thousands of years later. Yet carbon dating confirms these paintings were created at the dawn of agriculture itself. The burial practices discovered at Çatalhöyük challenge everything we thought we knew about early human society. The dead weren't interred in distant cemeteries or placed in separate burial grounds. Instead, they were entombed directly beneath the living floors of their homes, sometimes with their skulls removed and placed in different locations throughout the settlement. Bodies were often found with obsidian tools, jewelry made from exotic materials, and food offerings that suggest complex beliefs about death and the afterlife. Dr. Ian Hodder, who has led excavations at the site since 1993, describes discoveries that continue to perplex the archaeological community. In one building, researchers found a room containing the plastered skulls of aurochs arranged in detailed displays, their horns painted and decorated. Another structure housed what appears to be a shrine dedicated to vultures, with massive bird sculptures emerging from the walls and paintings depicting the birds consuming human corpses in elaborate death rituals. The technology found at Çatalhöyük presents its own set of contradictions. Residents were crafting obsidian tools with edges sharper than modern surgical steel, using techniques that required knowledge of heat treatment and pressure flaking that wouldn't appear in other parts of the world for thousands of years. They were also producing mirrors from polished obsidian, creating the earliest known reflective surfaces in human history. The settlement's relationship with agriculture adds another layer to the mystery. While Çatalhöyük emerged during the Neolithic Revolution, when humans were supposedly transitioning from hunting and gathering to farming, the evidence suggests these people were doing both simultaneously on a massive scale. They cultivated wheat and barley in organized fields, yet continued hunting wild animals with sophisticated strategies that required coordinated group efforts. The abundance of food remains indicates a level of surplus production that shouldn't have been possible with the primitive farming techniques of the era. Perhaps most puzzling is the site's apparent lack of social hierarchy. Unlike other ancient settlements where elite residences and public buildings indicate ruling classes, Çatalhöyük shows remarkably little variation in house sizes or wealth distribution. The elaborate artwork and sophisticated burials appear throughout the settlement rather than being concentrated in specific areas, suggesting a society that operated on principles we don't fully understand. The sheer duration of occupation at Çatalhöyük defies explanation. For over 1,000 years, generation after generation lived in this dense urban environment, continuously rebuilding homes on the same footprint, creating a tell that rises 65 feet above the surrounding plain. This represents a level of cultural continuity and social organization that predates similar developments elsewhere by millennia. Recent discoveries have only deepened the enigma. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the excavated areas represent less than 5% of the total settlement. Beneath the surface lie dozens of additional levels, each potentially containing artifacts and information that could reshape our understanding of human development. The lower levels, still largely unexplored, date back over 9,000 years, placing them at the very beginning of agricultural society. The preservation of organic materials at Çatalhöyük has provided unprecedented insights into daily life, yet it has also raised disturbing questions. Textiles found at the site show weaving techniques that supposedly weren't developed until much later periods. Wooden artifacts display joining methods that require sophisticated understanding of wood grain and tension. Even the food remains tell a complex story of people who understood crop rotation, food storage, and cooking techniques that rival those of much later civilizations. The settlement's sudden abandonment around 5700 BCE presents the final mystery. After more than a millennium of continuous habitation, Çatalhöyük was simply left empty, its sophisticated society vanishing from the archaeological record. No evidence exists of warfare, natural disaster, or gradual decline. The people simply moved elsewhere, taking their knowledge and cultural practices with them into prehistory. Current excavations continue to uncover artifacts that challenge archaeological timelines. Each season brings new murals, new burial practices, and new technologies that seem impossibly advanced for their time period. The site has become a touchstone for researchers questioning linear models of human development, suggesting instead that complex societies have risen and fallen throughout prehistory in cycles we're only beginning to recognize. As you drift toward sleep, consider the thousands of people who once climbed down wooden ladders into their mud brick homes, surrounded by paintings whose meanings we may never fully decode, living lives of complexity and sophistication in an age we've long considered primitive. Their voices echo across 9 millennia, whispering secrets about human potential that time has almost, but not quite forgotten. The giant geoglyphs of Uffington. 3,000 years ago, someone carved a horse into the English countryside so large it can be seen from space. The Uffington White Horse stretches 374 feet across the Berkshire Downs, its chalk outline flowing like frozen lightning against the green hillside. Yet when archaeologists trace its origins, they find themselves staring into a void where explanations should be. The figure defies classification. Art historians call it abstract. Archaeologists label it prehistoric. Local farmers have maintained its brilliant white chalk lines for generations, yet none can explain why their ancestors began this ritual, or what the sprawling creature actually represents. Walk the ancient ridgeway path that runs beside it, and you'll notice something unsettling. The horse doesn't look like any horse that ever lived. Its body flows in impossible curves, elongated and serpentine, more dragon than stallion. The neck stretches impossibly long, the legs mere suggestions of movement. From ground level, it appears as random scars across the hillside. Only from the air does its true form emerge, precise and intentional. This presents the first puzzle. How did Bronze Age people, working without aerial perspective, create something that only makes sense from heights they could never reach? The precision required suggests a level of planning that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. Each line had to be calculated, each curve positioned with mathematical accuracy to achieve the final effect. Carbon dating places the horse's creation around 1000 BCE, during Britain's late Bronze Age. This was a time when communities barely extended beyond individual settlements, when the wheel had only recently arrived from continental Europe. Yet somehow, these scattered groups coordinated to create a masterwork visible from the stratosphere, then established a maintenance tradition that has survived 3 millennia of war, plague, and cultural upheaval. The maintenance itself defies explanation. Every 7 years, local communities gather to scour the horse, cleaning weeds from the chalk trenches and refreshing the brilliant white surface. This tradition has continued unbroken through Roman occupation, Saxon invasion, Norman conquest, medieval plagues, 2 world wars, and the modern era. No written records explain when this began or why it persisted. The knowledge simply passes from generation to generation, as constant as the seasons. Local folklore offers fragments, clues wrapped in legend. Some stories claim the horse was carved by King Alfred to commemorate his victory over the Danes at the Battle of Ashdown in 871 CE. But carbon dating proves the figure predates Alfred by nearly 2,000 years. Other tales speak of St. George and his dragon, suggesting the elongated form represents not a horse but the defeated serpent. Yet the dragon interpretation raises its own questions about the figure's original purpose. Archaeological surveys reveal the horse sits at the center of a vast prehistoric landscape. Uffington Castle, an Iron Age hill fort, crowns the hill directly above. The Blowing Stone, a sarsen boulder with mysterious holes that produce haunting sounds when blown, stands nearby. Dragon Hill, where legend claims St. George slayed his serpent, lies just below the horse, its flat summit bare of vegetation where the dragon's blood supposedly fell. This concentration of ancient sites suggests Uffington held profound significance for prehistoric communities. The horse wasn't created in isolation, but as part of a sacred geography stretching across the downs. Each element reinforces the others, creating a landscape of meaning we can observe but not decode. Modern technology has revealed additional mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar shows the horse's chalk trenches extend far deeper than necessary for visibility, suggesting the creators invested enormous labor in aspects that serve no apparent function. Soil analysis indicates the chalk was quarried from locations miles away, then transported and carefully laid. The white chalk contrasts with the underlying geology, requiring constant renewal to maintain its brilliance against the encroaching vegetation. The figure's orientation adds another layer of mystery. The horse faces right when viewed from above, gazing toward the winter sunrise. Astronomical calculations show that during the Bronze Age, the winter solstice sun would have appeared to rise directly from the horse's mouth when viewed from specific points on the surrounding hills. This solar alignment suggests the figure served as a massive calendar, marking the year's darkest day and the gradual return of light. Comparative studies reveal similar hill figures scattered across ancient Britain, most now lost to time and neglect. The Cernabas giant in Dorset, with its crude fertility symbolism, represents a completely different tradition. The Long Man of Wilmington in Sussex, holding mysterious poles, speaks another visual language entirely. Each figure appears to serve its local community's specific needs and beliefs, yet the knowledge to create them vanished from British culture sometime before the Roman arrival. The durability of the maintenance tradition hints at deeper currents in human psychology. Communities have preserved the horse through periods when its original meaning was completely forgotten, when the social structures that created it had vanished, when the very languages used by its creators had evolved beyond recognition. Something about the figure transcends cultural boundaries, speaking to each generation strongly enough to ensure its survival. Recent archaeological work has uncovered evidence of continuous ritual activity around the horse, spanning thousands of years. Pottery fragments, burnt offerings, and votive deposits cluster around the figure's base, suggesting pilgrimage and ceremony. The horse drew people from across prehistoric Britain, serving as a focal point for beliefs and practices we can barely reconstruct. Standing beside the Uffington white horse as evening approaches, watching shadows flow across 3,000 years of history, you're confronted with the humbling realization that human creativity and coordination existed at levels we rarely acknowledge. These ancient communities achieved something we struggle to replicate. They created art that outlasted empires, established traditions stronger than written law, and embedded meaning so deep in the landscape that it continues speaking to us across the vast silence of prehistory. The chalk lines gleam in the fading light, as mysterious and purposeful as the day they were first carved. The horse gallops through time itself, carrying messages we're still learning to receive. The lure of the Antikythera mechanism. A sponge diver named Elias Stadiatis surfaced from the Mediterranean waters in 1901, gasping not from exertion, but from terror. 50 meters below, scattered across the seafloor near the Greek island of Antikythera, lay what he described as a nightmare of rotting horses and naked men. The horses turned out to be bronze statues, the men carved marble, remnants of an ancient Roman shipwreck. But among the treasures salvaged from that watery grave, one corroded lump of bronze would prove more revolutionary than all the classical art combined. For over half a century, this unassuming mass sat largely ignored in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens. Catalogued simply as a piece of clockwork, it seemed too advanced, too sophisticated for its presumed age. Then in 1959, science historian Derek de Sola Price took a closer look and made a declaration that sent ripples through the academic world. This wasn't just any piece of ancient metalwork, it was a computer. A mechanical computer crafted sometime between 150 and 100 BCE, predating anything comparable by well over a millennium. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, defied every assumption about ancient technological capability. Through painstaking reconstruction and analysis, researchers discovered a device of staggering complexity, at least 37 meshing bronze gears working in concert to track the movements of the sun, moon, and planets with extraordinary precision. The craftsmanship rivaled that of 18th century clockmakers, yet it emerged from a world that supposedly knew nothing of such mechanical sophistication. What made this discovery so unsettling wasn't just the device's complexity, but its implications. The ancient Greeks, we're told, were philosophers and mathematicians, not precision engineers. Their society supposedly lacked the industrial infrastructure necessary for mass-producing geared mechanisms. Yet here was proof that someone, somewhere in the Hellenistic world, possessed knowledge equivalent to Renaissance-era clockwork, knowledge that appeared to vanish completely from the historical record. X-ray analysis revealed layers of inscriptions covering nearly every surface, written in ancient Greek script so fine that modern scholars needed advanced imaging technology to decipher it. These weren't random markings but detailed instructions, an ancient user manual describing how to operate what may have been the world's first analog computer. The text referenced astronomical cycles, eclipse predictions, and Olympic Games dates, suggesting the device served multiple functions beyond pure celestial calculation. But the more researchers studied the mechanism, the more questions multiplied. The gear ratios demonstrated knowledge of astronomical periods that wouldn't be rediscovered in Europe until Copernicus. The device could predict solar and lunar eclipses decades in advance, chart the irregular orbit of the moon, and track the positions of the 5 planets known to antiquity. This required mathematical understanding that supposedly didn't exist until centuries later. Michael Wright, a former curator at the Science Museum in London, spent decades creating working reconstructions of the device. His replicas revealed something even more extraordinary. The mechanism wasn't unique. The precision of its manufacture, the standardization of its gear teeth, the sophistication of its inscription layout, all suggested mass production. Somewhere in the ancient Mediterranean world, workshops were turning out these mechanical computers for an educated clientele hungry for astronomical knowledge. This raises profound questions about technological continuity. If such devices existed in 100 BCE, Why do we find no mention of them in surviving texts? Why didn't this technology evolve and spread? Roman writers describe all manner of mechanical marvels, automated theater props, hydraulic organs, even steam-powered toys, yet remain silent about geared astronomical computers. The absence feels deliberate, as if an entire branch of ancient science has been systematically erased from history. Recent digital reconstructions suggest the complete device may have been even more sophisticated than initially believed. Additional gear trains likely tracked the positions of Mercury and Venus, while subsidiary dials displayed information about ancient festivals and games. The mechanism wasn't just predicting celestial events, it was serving as a comprehensive calendar system for an entire civilization. The bronze itself tells a story of international trade and technological exchange. Isotopic analysis indicates the metal came from multiple sources across the Mediterranean, while the craftsmanship shows influences from both Greek mechanical traditions and Babylonian astronomical knowledge. This wasn't the product of a single genius tinkering in isolation, but evidence of a sophisticated network of scholars, craftsmen, and traders sharing cutting-edge knowledge across cultural boundaries. Yet perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Antikythera mechanism is its singularity in the archaeological record. Despite clear evidence of sophisticated manufacturing and widespread use, no other example has ever been found. Ancient Mediterranean waters have yielded thousands of shipwrecks, but only one has preserved a device of this complexity. Were similar mechanisms melted down in later centuries? Did they corrode beyond recognition? Or does their absence suggest something more troubling about technological preservation and cultural continuity? The device forces us to confront uncomfortable possibilities about ancient capabilities. Standard historical narratives portray technological progress as linear and cumulative, with each generation building upon the last. The Antikythera mechanism suggests a different reality, one where sophisticated knowledge could emerge, flourish, and vanish without trace, leaving only tantalizing fragments to puzzle future civilizations. As you drift toward sleep, consider this bronze enigma resting quietly in Athens, its gears frozen by 2 millennia of salt water and sediment, each corroded tooth once meshed perfectly with its neighbor, tracking celestial dances that continue overhead while we struggle to understand the minds that built this impossible machine. The mechanism whispers of knowledge systems we've lost, of ancient scholars whose names we'll never know, of technologies that bloomed and died in the shadows between recorded history. In dreams, perhaps those bronze gears turn once more, calculating the positions of stars that have watched empires rise and fall, keeping time with mysteries that refuse to yield their secrets to our modern understanding. The haunting beauty of Lanceau Meadows. On a windswept point of land in northern Newfoundland, grass-covered mounds rise from the earth like sleeping giants. Most visitors see remnants of ancient hearths, traces of ironworking, fragments of a settlement that confirms what scholars debated for generations. The Vikings reached North America 5 centuries before Columbus. But there's something they don't see, something that haunts the edges of this discovery. Lanceau Meadows holds secrets that extend far beyond proving Norse presence in the New World. The year was 1960, when Norwegian explorer Helge Ingstad arrived at this remote bay, following whispers in medieval sagas and a lifetime spent tracking Viking footsteps across the Atlantic. He'd been told by locals of strange mounds, different from indigenous settlements, covered in a grass that seemed older than memory. What he found changed our understanding of pre-Columbian contact forever. What he couldn't explain still challenges us today. The settlement revealed itself slowly, reluctantly. 8 buildings emerged from careful excavation, their post holes and foundation stones mapping a community that once bustled with Norse life. The carbon dating was definitive. Sometime around 1000 CE, Vikings had built homes here, forged iron, repaired their ships. The artifacts spoke clearly. A bronze pin of distinctly Viking design, iron rivets from their vessels, worked wood-bearing tool marks that matched Norse techniques. Yet for all its clarity about Viking presence, Lanceau Meadows whispers questions that archaeology struggles to answer. The settlement's size suggests around 70 to 90 inhabitants, but the structures tell a different story. The buildings are too few for that many permanent residents, too elaborate for a simple seasonal camp. The largest hall, 28 meters long, rivals the great houses of Greenland and Iceland, yet sits abandoned after what appears to be only a few years of occupation. Why would the Norse invest such effort in substantial construction, only to abandon it so quickly? The sagas speak of Vinland, a land of grapes and mild winters, of timber and opportunity. But Longso Meadows sits at the edge of the subarctic, where grapes never grew wild, where winters test human endurance. Either the sagas describe somewhere else entirely, or something about this location drew the Norse beyond mere geography. Dr. Birgitta Wallace spent decades studying these mounds, and her work revealed details that deepen rather than resolve the mystery. The iron-working bog ore found scattered through the site came from local deposits, yet the quantity suggests far more extensive metalworking than the brief occupation could account for. Tool fragments bear wear patterns indicating years of use, but the settlement shows evidence of occupation for perhaps 3 years at most. The positioning of Longso Meadows adds another layer of enigma. The Norse were master navigators, yet this site sits tucked into a protected bay, invisible from the open ocean. Ships approaching from Greenland would have to navigate treacherous coastlines and countless similar bays to find this particular shelter. How did they know to look here? What drew them to this specific curve of shoreline among thousands of miles of North American coast? Local indigenous oral traditions, collected by anthropologist Susan McCready, speak of bearded strangers who came from the sea. But these stories contain details that don't align with the archaeological timeline. References to multiple visits, to seasons when the strangers returned, to interactions spanning generations rather than the few years physical evidence suggests. The indigenous accounts describe trading relationships, intermarriage, conflicts that escalated over time, a much longer and more complex contact than the archaeology supports. The abandonment itself defies explanation. The Norse had established successful settlements across the North Atlantic. From the Faroe Islands to Greenland, they possessed the technology, the maritime knowledge, and the social structures to maintain distant colonies. Greenland Norse settlements persisted for nearly 500 years, yet Longso Meadows, with its abundant timber, its strategic location, its apparent initial investment, was simply walked away from. Recent analysis of pollen cores from the surrounding bogs reveals environmental changes during the settlement period that conventional climate records don't show. Birch and alder increased dramatically, suggesting forest clearing on a scale far exceeding what 70 to 90 people would require for their needs. Something was happening across a much wider area than the visible settlement boundaries indicate. Perhaps most intriguingly, radiocarbon dates from the site cluster around very specific years, 1000 to 1003 CE, with almost no variation. This precision is unusual for archaeological sites, which typically show scattered dates across occupation periods. The tight clustering suggests either remarkably brief occupation or that something significant occurred during those specific years that left a clear temporal signature. The absence of graves presents another puzzle. Norse settlements invariably included burial grounds, yet no Norse graves have been found at Longso Meadows despite extensive searching. The inhabitants either departed taking their dead, which violates Norse burial customs, or burial practices here followed patterns unknown elsewhere in the Viking world. Modern technology continues to reveal new mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified subsurface anomalies beyond the excavated areas, geometric patterns that suggest additional structures or features that don't match known Norse architectural styles. These features extend into areas that show no surface indication of human activity, areas where conventional archaeology found no artifacts. The sagas describe conflicts with native peoples they called Skraelings, violent encounters that supposedly drove the Norse away. Yet the archaeological record shows no evidence of warfare, no weapons caches, no burned structures, no massacre layers. The abandonment appears orderly, deliberate, as if the inhabitants simply decided to leave and took their possessions with them. Standing among these grass-covered foundations today, listening to wind off Apaves Bay, you sense the weight of unanswered questions. The Norse came here, lived here, created something unique at the edge of their known world, then vanished back into the mists of the North Atlantic. What they built remains. Why they built it, why they left it, why they chose this haunting curve of coastline to plant their brief flag in the New World. These mysteries sleep beneath the ancient grass, waiting for answers that may never come. The mounds hold their secrets close, offering only whispers of a story larger than the evidence allows us to tell. Newgrange, Passage to the Afterlife. Every year on December 21st, something extraordinary happens in the Irish countryside. As dawn breaks over County Meath, a single shaft of sunlight penetrates a stone passage that has waited in darkness for 364 days. For exactly 17 minutes, golden light floods a chamber that was built before Stonehenge, before the pyramids, before recorded history began. The builders of this monument calculated this moment with mathematical precision that rivals our modern capabilities, yet they left no written records, no blueprints, no explanation for how or why they achieved what seems impossible. Newgrange stands as Ireland's most enigmatic prehistoric monument, a massive kidney-shaped mound rising from green fields like a sleeping giant. Its white quartz facade gleams against the landscape, restored to what archaeologists believe was its original appearance 5,000 years ago. But restoration raises its own questions. How do we know what it looked like? The quartz stones were found scattered around the base, but their original arrangement remains educated guesswork based on architectural analysis and comparative studies of similar structures. The monument itself defies easy categorization. Archaeologists label it a passage tomb, but that term barely captures its complexity. The structure consists of roughly 200,000 tons of stone, earth, and organic material, carefully layered and shaped into a circular mound 85 meters in diameter. A single narrow passage leads from the southeastern entrance to a cruciform chamber at the heart of the monument. The engineering precision required to maintain structural integrity while creating this internal space speaks to mathematical understanding that shouldn't exist in Neolithic Ireland. Carbon dating places Newgrange's construction around 3200 BCE, making it older than both Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid of Giza. This timeline creates fascinating questions about the flow of knowledge in prehistoric Europe. The sophistication of Newgrange suggests a highly organized society capable of complex planning and construction projects. Yet current archaeological understanding of Neolithic Ireland describes scattered farming communities, not the centralized civilization that such a monument would seem to require. The winter solstice alignment represents perhaps the most compelling mystery. The builders created a roof box above the entrance, a unique architectural feature that allows sunlight to enter during the shortest days of the year. As the sun rises on December 21st, its rays travel down the 19-meter passage and illuminate the triple spiral carved on the back wall of the inner chamber. This alignment occurs with clockwork precision, suggesting the builders possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge and surveying techniques. What makes this achievement even more remarkable is the constancy required across generations. Newgrange took an estimated 30 years to complete, meaning the original planners never saw their vision fulfilled. The knowledge of the solstice alignment had to be preserved and transmitted across decades of construction, implying systematic record-keeping in a supposedly pre-literate society. Some researchers propose the builders used oral traditions or symbolic notation systems to maintain architectural continuity, but no evidence of such systems has been discovered. The passage itself reveals additional mysteries. Corbelled roofing creates a watertight seal that has protected the interior for 5 millennia. The technique involves progressively overhanging stones that meet at the top without mortar or binding agents. Modern engineers struggle to replicate this waterproofing using traditional methods and materials. The builders somehow achieved structural permanence that our contemporary understanding of Neolithic technology suggests should be impossible. Art throughout Newgrange adds another layer of intrigue. Triple spirals, concentric circles, and diamond patterns cover many of the stones, carved using techniques that remain unclear. The famous entrance stone displays one of Europe's finest examples of megalithic art, covered in spirals and lozenges that may represent astronomical observations, religious symbols, or mapping systems. The consistency of these motifs across different parts of the monument suggests they carried specific meaning rather than serving purely decorative purposes. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed additional anomalies around Newgrange, Subsurface patterns suggest the visible monument may be part of a larger complex, possibly including timber circles or other stone structures. These discoveries challenge assumptions about the scale and complexity of Neolithic settlement in the region. If New Grange was the centerpiece of a much larger sacred landscape, it implies social organization and population density far beyond current archaeological models. The relationship between New Grange and its astronomical environment extends beyond the winter solstice. Some researchers argue the monument aligns with other celestial events, including lunar cycles and specific star patterns. Computer modeling of ancient skies suggests the triple spiral symbol might represent the appearance of certain stellar configurations 5,000 years ago. However, these theories remain controversial due to the precession of equinoxes and uncertainties about prehistoric observation methods. DNA analysis of remains found within New Grange has produced startling results. The individuals buried in the monument show signs of extreme genetic similarity, suggesting they may have been closely related members of an elite dynasty. This evidence supports theories that New Grange served not just as a tomb, but as the eternal resting place of a ruling family or priestly class. The genetic data also indicates these individuals had ancestral connections spanning multiple generations, implying long-term social continuity in the region. The monument's acoustic properties add yet another dimension to consider. The inner chamber exhibits unique resonance characteristics that amplify certain frequencies while dampening others. Some archaeologists propose these acoustic effects were intentional, designed to enhance ritual experiences or serve specific ceremonial functions. The combination of solar illumination and sound resonance suggests multi-sensory ceremonies that transformed the dark chamber into something approaching the mystical. Modern investigations using LiDAR and 3D modeling have revealed construction details invisible to conventional archaeology. The builders incorporated a sophisticated drainage system that channels rainwater away from the passage and chamber. They also positioned certain stones to create optimal weight distribution, preventing structural collapse over millennia. These engineering solutions demonstrate remarkable foresight and technical capability. As we stand before New Grange today, we confront a monument that challenges fundamental assumptions about prehistoric capabilities. Its builders achieved astronomical precision, engineering permanence, and artistic sophistication, while leaving no written explanation of their methods or motivations. Each winter solstice, the ancient light show continues, a silent testament to knowledge that has been lost to time. The questions New Grange poses may ultimately prove more valuable than any answers we might discover about this passage to mysteries that remain beautifully unsolved. The astral alignments of Chaco Canyon. In 1849, a U.S. Army expedition stumbled across something in the high desert of New Mexico that would perplex scholars for the next century and a half. Lieutenant James Simpson, mapping territorial boundaries, found himself standing before stone walls that rose from the canyon floor like ancient sentinels, walls that seemed to dwarf every other prehistoric structure in North America. What Simpson had discovered was Chaco Canyon, home to the largest buildings constructed in North America until the Chicago skyscrapers of the 1880s. But size was just the beginning of the mystery. These weren't simply impressive ruins, they were cosmic calculators built from sandstone and timber, their every angle and aperture aligned with mathematical precision to celestial events that wouldn't repeat for decades. The numbers alone challenge everything archaeologists thought they knew about prehistoric American cultures. Pueblo Bonito, the canyon's crown jewel, contains over 650 rooms and rises 4 stories into the desert sky. Its construction required the transport of more than 240,000 tons of stone and 215,000 wooden beams, in a landscape where the nearest suitable timber grew 50 miles away across rugged terrain. But the ancestral Puebloans who built Chaco weren't just creating impressive architecture. They were encoding the movements of the heavens into stone. Anna Sofer made this connection clear in 1977 when she discovered what's now called the Sun Dagger, 3 stone slabs positioned on Fajada Butte that cast knife-thin shadows across spiral petroglyphs carved into the rock face behind them. On the summer solstice, a single dagger of light pierces the exact center of the largest spiral. During the winter solstice, 2 light beams frame the spiral's edges perfectly. The spring and autumn equinoxes produce their own distinct patterns, each shadow falling with clockwork precision. The sun dagger was just the first domino to fall. Once researchers began looking for astronomical alignments throughout Chaco Canyon, they found them everywhere. Corner windows in Pueblo Bonito frame the winter solstice sunrise. A doorway in Casa Rinconada aligns perfectly with the Pleiades star cluster during its yearly heliacal rising. The entire complex appears to have been designed as a massive observatory, its buildings positioned to track not just the sun and moon, but specific stars and planetary movements across decades-long cycles. Dr. Michael Zielik of the University of New Mexico spent years documenting these alignments, finding that nearly every major structure in the canyon incorporates astronomical observations into its fundamental design. The precision required suggests knowledge that goes far beyond casual skywatching. These builders understood the 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle. They tracked Venus through its complex 8-year pattern. They even appear to have noted the precession of equinoxes, a phenomenon that takes 26,000 years to complete one full cycle. The implications stretch far beyond astronomy. If the Chacoans possessed such sophisticated celestial knowledge, what else might they have understood that we're only now rediscovering? Carbon dating places. Chaco's golden age between 850 and 1150 CE, when the canyon served as the beating heart of a civilization that controlled territory larger than Ireland. More than 150 great houses dot the broader Chacoan region, connected by a network of perfectly straight roads that run for hundreds of miles across the desert. These roads ignore natural topography, cutting directly over mesas and through valleys with almost supernatural determination. Stranger still, many of these roads lead nowhere, or rather, they lead to places that seem to have no practical purpose. Some terminate at natural formations, like isolated buttes or springs. Others end at small ceremonial structures. The roads themselves are engineering marvels, 30 feet wide and constructed with the same precision that characterizes Chaco's buildings. Why would a civilization invest such enormous effort in transportation infrastructure that doesn't appear to facilitate transportation? The answer might lie in the sky. Researchers have discovered that many of the roads align with astronomical phenomena just as precisely as the buildings themselves. The Great North Road runs exactly 348 degrees magnetic north, pointing toward the location where certain stars rise above the horizon. Follow that road for 60 miles, and it terminates at Coots Canyon, where archaeological evidence suggests the Chacoans conducted ceremonies tied to specific celestial events. Dr. Stephen Lexon has proposed that this entire landscape was designed as a single integrated astronomical instrument. The buildings, roads, and ceremonial sites work together to track celestial cycles and predict future astronomical events. If he's correct, then Chaco Canyon represents something unprecedented in the archaeological record, an entire civilization organized around the precise observation of cosmic rhythms. But why would the ancestral Puebloans invest such enormous resources in astronomical observation? The answer appears to lie in their understanding of time itself. Unlike our linear conception of past, present, and future, many Native American cultures view time as cyclical, with cosmic events serving as guideposts for understanding humanity's place within larger universal patterns. The Hopi, who may be descendants of the Chacoans, maintain oral traditions describing the importance of maintaining harmony with celestial cycles. Their ceremonies are timed to astronomical events, and their agricultural practices follow rhythms established by star positions and lunar phases. The precision of Chaco's astronomical alignments suggests this worldview reaches back at least 1,000 years, preserved in stone and carried forward through generations of careful observation. Yet questions remain that archaeology cannot easily answer. How did the Chacoans achieve such mathematical precision without metal tools or written calculations? Their astronomical alignments are accurate to fractions of degrees. Their buildings incorporate complex geometric principles that wouldn't be formally described by European mathematicians for centuries. The level of planning required suggests not just individual genius, but systematic knowledge passed down through generations of astronomer architects. Even more puzzling is the abandonment. Around 1150 CE, the Chacoans simply walked away from their cosmic observatory. The great houses fell silent, the roads grew empty, and the desert began its slow work of reclamation. Prolonged drought may have played a role, but why abandon such precisely calibrated instruments for reading the heavens? Why not return when conditions improved? Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, the same stars that guided Chacoan ceremonies still wheel overhead in their ancient patterns. The moon follows its 18.6-year cycle, just as it did when astronomers waited in corner windows to mark its rising. The summer solstice sun still sends its dagger of light across Fajada Butte, though fewer eyes now watch for its arrival. The stones remember what their builders knew, that we are all part of something larger, our small lives connected to cosmic rhythms that stretch beyond human comprehension. In that connection, perhaps, lies the peace the Chacoans found in their careful watching of the endless sky. The stone tombs of Elymians, the 6th century BC, brought Persian dominance to the ancient world, but tucked away in the Zagros Mountains of what is now southwestern Iran, something extraordinary was taking shape. While empires rose and fell, the Elymian people were carving their final resting places directly into cliffsides, creating tomb chambers that would confound archaeologists 2.5 millennia later. These aren't your typical ancient burial sites. Stand before the weathered rock faces near Tangi Sarvak, and you'll notice something that shouldn't exist according to conventional timelines. The precision is unsettling. Each tomb entrance is carved with mathematical accuracy that rivals modern engineering, yet the Elymians supposedly lacked the sophisticated tools we associate with such craftsmanship. Dr. Mehdi Rabar spent 3 decades studying these sites before admitting what many in his field hesitate to acknowledge. The skill level displayed here represents a technological gap in our understanding of ancient capabilities. When his team analyzed the tool marks in 2003, they found evidence of cutting techniques that shouldn't have been possible with bronze and iron implements. The mystery deepens when you consider the locations themselves. These tombs aren't positioned randomly across the landscape. Each cliff-carved chamber aligns with specific astronomical events, creating a network of burial sites that doubles as an ancient celestial calendar. The mathematical precision required for such alignments suggests knowledge of advanced astronomy that historians claim didn't exist in this region during this period. But here's where the conventional narrative begins to unravel completely. Inside these chambers, archaeologists discovered artifacts that challenge fundamental assumptions about Elymian society. Gold work displaying techniques not seen elsewhere until centuries later. Stone carvings depicting constellations with accuracy that implies systematic, long-term observation of the night sky. Most puzzling of all, inscriptions in multiple languages that suggest the Elymians maintained extensive contact with distant civilizations during an era when such connections should have been impossible. The tomb construction itself presents a series of engineering enigmas. Each chamber required the removal of precisely measured amounts of rock, creating internal spaces with acoustical properties that amplify whispered voices while dampening louder sounds. This isn't accidental. The acoustic engineering appears deliberate, designed to facilitate communication between the living and the dead during burial ceremonies. When Dr. Sarah Mitchell's acoustic analysis team tested these properties in 2018, they discovered something that sent ripples through archaeological circles. The frequency distributions within each tomb chamber create resonance patterns that match specific human brainwave states associated with deep meditation and altered consciousness. The Elymians somehow engineered their burial chambers to induce specific psychological states in visitors. The sophistication doesn't end there. Internal temperature measurements reveal that these cliff tombs maintain remarkably stable climates year-round, despite lacking any visible ventilation systems. The rock itself seems to regulate temperature and humidity through some form of passive climate control that modern engineers struggle to replicate without mechanical systems. Perhaps most intriguing are the empty tombs. Nearly 40% of these elaborate chambers contain no human remains whatsoever. They were carved with the same meticulous precision, decorated with identical care, yet never used for their intended purpose. Why would a civilization invest enormous resources creating burial chambers they never intended to occupy? Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys suggest these empty tombs might not be empty at all. Deep beneath several chambers, sensors detect what appear to be additional rooms, sealed chambers that extend much further into the cliff face than surface observations would indicate. Permission to excavate these deeper chambers has been repeatedly denied by Iranian authorities, leaving researchers to speculate about what lies hidden in the rock. The timeline presents its own puzzle. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the tombs consistently returns dates that span nearly 8 centuries, far longer than the Elamian kingdom supposedly existed. Either these people maintained consistent burial practices across an impossibly long period, or our understanding of their civilization's duration requires complete revision. Local legends among the Bakhtiari people, who've inhabited this region for generations, tell stories that predate historical records by centuries. They speak of the Star Watchers, who could read the future in stone and sky. According to these oral traditions, the cliff tombs weren't just burial chambers, but gateways between worlds, places where the boundary between life and death grew thin during specific celestial alignments. What makes these legends particularly compelling is their accuracy regarding astronomical events. The traditional stories correctly predict eclipses, planetary conjunctions, and other celestial phenomena with precision that suggests genuine astronomical knowledge passed down through generations. The craftsmanship itself tells a story of capabilities that historical timelines don't accommodate. Tool marks preserved in the stone indicate cutting speeds and precision levels that Bronze Age implements couldn't achieve. Yet here they are, carved into the living rock, waiting for explanations that conventional archaeology can't provide. Standing among these ancient chambers as daylight fades and shadows lengthen across the mountainside, you begin to understand why local people still approach these sites with reverence, mixed with unease. There's something about the geometric precision, the astronomical alignments, the acoustic properties, and the empty chambers that suggests purposes beyond simple burial practices. The Elamians carved these tombs to last forever, and in their silence, they pose questions that our modern assumptions about ancient capabilities simply cannot answer. Each chamber represents not just a resting place for the dead, but a testament to knowledge and skills that seem to have appeared fully formed without the gradual development we expect from emerging technologies. In the gathering darkness of the Zagros Mountains, these stone chambers keep their secrets, waiting patiently for the day when we develop questions sophisticated enough to match the precision of their ancient answers. The philosopher's legacy of the Parthenon. When archaeologists studying the Parthenon's marble blocks discovered microscopic traces of gold embedded within the stone itself in 2019, they stumbled upon something that shouldn't exist. The gold wasn't decorative, it was structural, woven into the very molecular composition of the marble, in patterns that mirror the geometric principles found in Plato's lost mathematical texts. Standing on the Acropolis, as twilight settles over Athens, you're not just looking at ruins. You're witnessing the physical manifestation of ideas so profound that ancient philosophers believed they could literally reshape matter itself. The Parthenon isn't merely a temple to Athena, it's a three-dimensional theorem carved in stone. The numbers tell a story that orthodox archaeology struggles to explain. Every measurement of the Parthenon corresponds to what the Greeks called the divine proportions, mathematical relationships that Pythagoras claimed could unlock the fundamental structure of reality. The temple's length of 228 feet, its width of 101 feet, the precise 46-foot height of its columns, these aren't arbitrary architectural choices. They form a complex equation that generates the golden ratio when calculated through methods described in fragments of Pythagorean texts that weren't supposed to be discovered until the Renaissance. Dr. Maria Constantine, a specialist in ancient Greek mathematics at the University of Athens, spent 3 decades analyzing the Parthenon's proportions. Her findings, published quietly in a specialized journal that most people will never read, suggest something extraordinary. The building's dimensions encode multiple mathematical constants simultaneously: pi, the golden ratio, and something she calls the Athens constant, a number that appears nowhere else in recorded mathematics, but seems to predict the precise acoustic properties that make whispers carry clearly across the temple's interior. Here's where the mystery deepens. When construction began in 447 BCE, the mathematical knowledge required to achieve these calculations wasn't supposed to exist for another 1,000 years. The precision needed to cut marble blocks to tolerances of less than a millimeter while maintaining perfect mathematical relationships across a structure covering nearly 2.5 acres, challenges everything we understand about ancient construction capabilities. The temple's builders, working under the guidance of architects Ictinus and Callicrates, somehow incorporated what modern engineers recognize as advanced principles of structural dynamics. The Parthenon doesn't just stand, it resonates. Seismologists have discovered that the building's proportions create natural harmonic frequencies that actually strengthen the structure during earthquakes. The mathematics embedded in its design function as an ancient form of earthquake engineering that we're only beginning to understand. But the philosopher's legacy extends beyond mere construction techniques. Hidden within the Parthenon's architecture are visual representations of complex philosophical concepts that weren't supposed to be geometrically expressible. The spacing between columns creates sightlines that demonstrate Zeno's paradoxes about infinity and motion. Walk around the temple at specific angles, and you can literally see mathematical principles that modern students struggle to grasp in abstract form. The optical illusions built into the structure tell an even stranger story. The columns aren't actually straight. They curve outward in a precise mathematical relationship that creates the appearance of perfect straightness from any viewing angle. This technique, called entasis, requires calculations that account for human visual perception in ways that suggest an understanding of optics centuries ahead of its time. The horizontal lines that appear level are actually curved upward by exactly 4.3 inches at their center, a measurement that perfectly compensates for the way human eyes perceive architectural lines at distance. Ancient texts reference something called the sacred mathematics, geometric principles that Athenian philosophers believed could bridge the gap between physical reality and pure thought. For centuries, scholars assumed these references were metaphorical. The Parthenon suggests they were literal blueprints. Consider the building's most puzzling feature. Its perfect acoustic properties were clearly intentional, yet they serve no obvious religious function. Stand at specific points within the ruins, and your voice carries with mathematical precision to corresponding points throughout the structure. These acoustic focal points align exactly with astronomical observations, positions where ancient priests could have tracked celestial movements while their calculations echoed through chambers designed to amplify human thought. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed something even more intriguing. Beneath the Parthenon lie geometric patterns carved into the bedrock itself, shapes that mirror the building's proportions but extend far beyond its physical boundaries. Whatever the ancient Athenians were constructing, the visible temple represents only the uppermost layer of a much larger geometric design. The fragments of paint still clinging to marble surfaces contain pigments that shouldn't have been available to ancient Greek artisans. Spectral analysis reveals traces of compounds that weren't discovered by modern chemistry until the 18th century. The colors weren't just decorative, they were applied according to mathematical patterns that create optical effects, still being studied by researchers who hesitate to publish their more unusual findings. Dr. Constantine's most controversial discovery involves what she calls philosophical architecture, the idea that buildings themselves could function as thinking tools. The Parthenon's proportions seem designed to guide human thought through specific logical progressions. Walk the perimeter in either direction, and the changing visual relationships between columns create a sequence that mirrors the step-by-step process of philosophical reasoning described in Aristotle's lost works. As night settles over the Acropolis, the Parthenon's marble surfaces seem to hold the last light longer than physics should allow. Perhaps it's an illusion created by the building's mathematical proportions, or perhaps the ancient philosophers embedded something deeper than geometry into these stones. The golden threads discovered in the marble continue to puzzle researchers, who find them arranged in patterns that current science cannot explain. The Parthenon stands as more than architecture. It's a message written in stone by minds that understood connections between mathematics, philosophy, and physical reality that we're still struggling to decode. Every measurement contains meaning. Every angle holds answers to questions we're only beginning to learn how to ask. Tiahuanaco, a mystery in the Altiplano, 3,800 meters above sea level, where oxygen grows thin and the Andes pierce the sky. Archaeologists discovered something that shouldn't exist. Stone blocks weighing over 100 tons, fitted together without mortar, forming structures that predate the Inca by centuries. The local Aymara people call this place Tiahuanaco, and when Spanish conquistadors first laid eyes on it in 1549, they were told it had been abandoned since before the memory of man. Standing on the Bolivian Altiplano, you're confronted by engineering that defies everything we understand about pre-Columbian capabilities. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite weighing 10 tons, displays astronomical knowledge that wouldn't be formally recognized by Western science for another 1,000 years. Yet here it stands, weathered by centuries of altiplano winds, its intricate calendar system still marking celestial movements with mathematical precision. The mystery deepens when you examine the construction methods. These aren't rough-hewn stones piled into approximate shapes. The megalithic blocks display H-shaped joints, copper clamps, and tolerances measured in millimeters. Some stones show evidence of vitrification. The surface actually melted and reformed, creating a glass-like seal between massive granite blocks. Modern engineers struggle to explain how this level of precision was achieved without advanced machinery. Carbon dating places Tiahuanaco's golden age between 300 and 1000 CE, but the site itself appears far older. Geologist Robert Schoch examined the weathering patterns on the monuments and suggested they could date back 12,000 years or more. If accurate, this would mean Tiahuanaco was already ancient when the first pharaohs ruled Egypt. The implications send ripples through our understanding of human development. Dr. Arthur Poznansky spent 40 years studying the site, documenting astronomical alignments that suggested Tiahuanaco was positioned according to star configurations from approximately 15,000 BCE. His work, initially dismissed by mainstream archaeology, has found new support as satellite imagery reveals the true scope of what lies beneath the altiplano's surface. Ground-penetrating radar shows a vast complex extending for kilometers, most of it still buried under centuries of sediment. The Acapana Pyramid, rising 17 meters from the plain, contains an internal system of channels and reservoirs that once moved water through the structure in ways we're still trying to understand. Some researchers believe it functioned as a massive acoustic resonator, amplifying sound waves across the high plain. Others suggest it served as an ancient water clock, measuring time through carefully controlled flows. The truth remains locked within stones that have kept their secrets for millennia. Perhaps most intriguing are the carved faces that stare out from Tiahuanaco's walls. These aren't idealized human features, but something else entirely. Elongated skulls, large eyes, and facial proportions that don't match any known ethnic group in the region. The carvings display such anatomical detail that they seem more like portraits than stylized art. Who were these beings, and why did the builders of Tiahuanaco consider them worth immortalizing in stone? The site's original name has been lost to time. Tiahuanaco comes from the Quechua language, but the civilization that built these monuments spoke something far older. They left no written records, no pottery depicting daily life, no obvious graves or temples. What remains are structures so precisely aligned with celestial bodies that they function as a stone computer, calculating eclipses, solstices, and planetary movements with accuracy that wouldn't be matched until the age of mechanical chronometers. Local legends speak of Tiahuanaco as the birthplace of humanity, where the god Viracocha created the first people from clay. According to Aymara tradition, giants once lived here, beings of immense knowledge who could move stone through will alone. When Spanish chroniclers recorded these stories, they dismissed them as primitive mythology. Modern archaeology is beginning to wonder if these oral traditions preserve memories of something very real. The mystery extends beyond the monuments themselves. Tiahuanaco sits on the shores of Lake Titicaca, but geological evidence suggests the lake was once much larger, possibly connected to the Pacific Ocean. Marine fossils found throughout the region indicate this high plateau was once at sea level. If true, then Tiahuanaco was built when the geography of South America looked completely different, and that raises uncomfortable questions about how long humans have possessed advanced architectural knowledge. Recent excavations have uncovered something that shouldn't exist at this altitude and time period: evidence of sophisticated agriculture. The builders of Tiahuanaco created raised field systems called waru-waru, engineered to optimize crop growth in the harsh altiplano environment. These fields incorporated knowledge of soil chemistry, water management, and microclimate control that rivals modern agricultural science. Yet this technology disappeared completely, leaving no trace in the historical record until archaeologists rediscovered it in the 1980s. The stones themselves tell a story of catastrophe. Many of Tiahuanaco's largest blocks lie scattered, as if by some immense force, their original positions lost to time. Smaller structures show evidence of rapid abandonment, tools left where they fell, building projects stopped mid-construction. Whatever happened here, it came suddenly and was complete enough to erase an entire civilization from human memory. Standing among these ancient stones as night falls across the Altiplano, you become aware of something profound. This isn't just archaeology, it's evidence of human potential we've somehow forgotten. The builders of Tiahuanaco achieved something that required not just technical skill, but a deep understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering principles that took Western civilization centuries to rediscover. The wind carries whispers across the high plain, and in the growing darkness, Tiahuanaco's true nature begins to emerge. These aren't ruins, they're fragments of a larger mystery, pieces of a puzzle that spans continents and millennia. Each precisely cut stone, each impossible joint, each astronomical alignment points toward knowledge that was once commonplace, but is now lost to time. The stars wheel overhead, following paths the ancient builders mapped in stone thousands of years ago. Their calculations still hold true, their monuments still mark the turning of seasons and the dance of planets. In the thin air of the Altiplano, surrounded by engineering that challenges everything we think we know about the past, one truth becomes clear: human history is far stranger and more wonderful than we've dared to acknowledge. The Labyrinth of Hawara. Ancient writers spoke of a structure so vast and intricate that it made the famous Cretan labyrinth seem like a simple garden path. They called it the greatest wonder of Egypt, more magnificent than the pyramids themselves. Yet today, this architectural marvel has vanished so completely that archaeologists debate whether it ever truly existed at all. The Labyrinth of Hawara once sprawled across the desert near the Fayum oasis, a testament to ambition that defied human comprehension. Herodotus, the father of history himself, walked its corridors in the 5th century BCE and emerged stunned by what he had witnessed. He wrote of 3,000 chambers spread across 2 levels, half above ground, half below. The upper chambers alone, he claimed, exceeded anything he had seen in Greece, including the temples of Ephesus and Samos. But Herodotus was forbidden from descending into the lower chambers. The priests who guided him spoke in whispers of the bodies of kings resting in sacred crocodiles below, of passages that wound deeper into the earth than any mortal should venture. What lay beneath remained a mystery even to this ancient chronicler who had traveled the known world. Strabo, the Greek geographer, visited centuries later and corroborated Herodotus's account with chilling precision. He described a ceiling of single stones, each so massive that no modern crane could lift them. Passages twisted and turned without apparent logic, leading visitors through a maze that challenged both memory and sanity. The very walls seemed to shift in the flickering torchlight, creating shadows that danced like living things. The labyrinth served as the mortuary temple of Amenemhat III, a pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom, who ruled Egypt during its golden age around 1800 BCE. This king, known for his ambitious building projects and land reclamation efforts in the Fayum, envisioned a final resting place that would mirror the complexity of the afterlife itself. Every twist and turn reflected the journey the soul must take through the underworld, every chamber a test or trial from the ancient texts. Archaeological evidence suggests the structure covered an area of 6 acres, roughly the size of 4 football fields. The limestone blocks used in its construction came from the nearby Mukatam Hills, transported across the desert by methods that remain obscure. Some blocks weighed over 100 tons, yet they were fitted together with joints so precise that not even a knife blade could slide between them. Flinders Petrie, the renowned British archaeologist, attempted systematic excavation of the site in 1888. What he found both confirmed the ancient accounts and deepened the mystery. Scattered fragments of massive columns lay buried beneath centuries of sand and debris. Intricate hieroglyphic inscriptions covered every available surface, many describing rituals and ceremonies unknown from other Egyptian sites. More disturbing were the traces of a sophisticated drainage system that seemed to extend far beneath the visible ruins. Petrie's team discovered stone channels carved with mathematical precision, designed to carry water through the underground chambers. The engineering required for such a system suggested knowledge of hydraulics that wouldn't be rediscovered in Europe for another 1,000 years. Local Bedouin tribes had their own stories about the labyrinth. They spoke of voices echoing from beneath the sand on windless nights, of lights that appeared and disappeared in the ruins without any earthly source. Some claimed their ancestors had ventured into the remaining passages decades earlier, only to emerge days later with their hair turned white and their memories scattered like leaves in the desert wind. Modern satellite imaging has revealed geometric patterns beneath the sand near Hawara that don't match any known geological formations. Ground-penetrating radar suggests vast empty spaces still exist underground, chambers that no human foot has touched for millennia. Yet every attempt to fund a comprehensive excavation has met with bureaucratic obstacles or mysterious technical difficulties. The labyrinth's original purpose extended beyond mere burial monument. Papyrus fragments discovered in nearby ruins describe it as a center of learning, a place where initiates came to study the deepest mysteries of existence. The priests who tended the complex were said to possess knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and medicine far beyond their contemporaries. They understood the precession of the equinoxes thousands of years before Hipparchus allegedly discovered it. Their medical papyri describe surgical procedures that wouldn't be attempted again until the Renaissance. Most remarkably, they claim to have mapped not just the visible stars, but celestial bodies that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The labyrinth's chambers were arranged according to astronomical principles, with passages aligned to track the movements of specific constellations. During certain times of the year, sunlight would penetrate the maze in predetermined patterns, illuminating hieroglyphs that told the story of creation itself. These light shows served as both calendar and teaching tool, encoding information in ways that could survive even if the written records were lost. Christian and Islamic writers of later centuries added their own layers to the labyrinth's legend. They described it as a place where ancient demons were bound, where Solomon himself had hidden treasures too dangerous for mortal hands. Coptic texts mention Christian hermits who sought enlightenment in its remaining passages, though whether they found wisdom or madness was apparently a matter of perspective. The gradual destruction of the labyrinth paralleled Egypt's decline as an independent civilization. Roman emperors stripped away its treasures, Byzantine Christians defaced its pagan inscriptions, and Arab conquerors used its stones for other projects. By the medieval period, only scattered ruins remained above ground, yet the underground portions may have survived intact, protected by the same shifting sands that claimed so many other Egyptian monuments. The ancient drainage system still functions in places, suggesting that somewhere beneath the modern landscape, chambers wait in perfect darkness for their next visitor. Recent seismic surveys have detected anomalies consistent with large hollow spaces approximately 30 feet below the current surface level. Government restrictions prevent direct investigation, but the data suggests a complex extending much further than previously imagined. The labyrinth of Hawara represents one of history's most tantalizing vanished wonders, a monument to human ambition that succeeded so completely in hiding its secrets that we can barely prove it ever existed. In the silence of the desert night, where ancient stones lie dreaming beneath eternal sand, perhaps its greatest mystery isn't